Good morning. Good morning. How is everyone today? I'm doing well on this like rainy, sort of overcast Tuesday I have going on here. But yeah, I'm looking forward to reading. I'll be on from 9 to 5 today. So I'm really hoping to get a lot of reading done and amongst some other stuff around the house and whatnot. As I mentioned yesterday, did my coffee reading with the Arabian Nights. So, as I ate my toast and drank my coffee this morning, I read the Arabian Nights. I got through about 10 pages. I probably could have done a little bit more, but then I got sidetracked looking up something and reading part of the introduction and whatever. But I did come across another story that I liked. Amongst a couple of things at the beginning, I'm trying to put these little red tabs. There should be two. Oh, there is two. You can't tell because this dark purple one is also a red tab. But I'm trying to put red tabs next to stories that in here that I really like. And thus far, there is a story of Sinbad. Was it Sinbad? That I really liked. It was, let me look it up, see if I can find it real quickly. Uh, yep, not gonna happen. I can't find the king's name, but it's a semi-familiar story, I felt like, of a Persian king, and it was just a really touching story about him and his falcon. And then the second story in here that I've really liked so far is one about a magnetic mountain, which literally like rips like seafaring boats apart by pulling all their nails and everything made of iron out of it and sticking it to the mountain. And so the soldiers or the sailors end up drowning because their ship just falls apart. So I just thought that was like the weirdest premise. And I'm like, can somebody please write a really long book about that? And like the whole magnetic mountain is controlled by this brass statue that's on top of the mountain that is a man riding a horse that has like a breastplate that has like secret like words and talisman on it. And if somebody ever knocks the guy off the horse, and it's a statue, so how are you doing that? But if somebody ever knocks the guy off the horse, apparently it will break the spell. Anyway, it was a weird story and I enjoyed it. So, but I'm done with the Arabian Nights for today. And then, so the rest of the time that we're together today, I'm going to be trying to make some good movement in Forever Amber. I have started reading this. This is kind of like a historical romance, I guess. Thus far, what is happening is that Amber is a young lady growing up in like at the very beginning of the British Restoration. So the previous king, King Charles I, had gotten basically knocked off his throne, and his entire family got exiled because they were like, "Yeah, we don't want a monarchy anymore." Partially due to the Puritans. Well, they've removed the Puritans. We know what happened to them if you live in the U.S. They all came here. And now England's at the point where they're like, well, that stunk. Bring us the king back. So Charles II comes, and they're like, and yeah, no more Puritanism. Let's have fun. So um, Amber runs off with the knight, or no, a lord. I'm sorry. And they kind of have like this nice ongoing affair, but things go on from there for her when he decides to leave her to go sailing, which I'm like, that's kind of a crappy thing to do. And so now we're gonna see what happens to Amber as she's now like in London, deflowered and whatever. So that's what I'm reading today. What are you guys up to? Let's find out and see. Hello, Bree. Good morning. How are you doing? Bree said she stopped in super early, wanted to pop in and say hi and hit the like before I go work out and shower. Yep, I know that's what you usually do first thing in the morning, Bree. So that's nice. And we'll leave this up for when I come back. Well, I hope to see you when you get back. And Donna, hello. Oh, currently sick over here. Oh, I know you were getting sick. I think it was sometime over the weekend. So I'm sorry that you like really got sick. And she says, at least I'll use your sprints to film my wrap up video. Oh, Donna, risky, risky. We know how that works out. Yeah, no promises of I'll remember to mute you or not. Yeah, okay. And then hoping to relax and read and rest for the rest of the day. Well, I hope that happens. And including the mute. And hello, Kay. How are you this morning? Kay says just eating lunch, and then we'll be reading Red Queen by Juan Gomez Uardo. Very nice. Is that the Red Queen that's like there's a series of no, or is that Red Sisters that I'm thinking of? There's one that's a series that's like Queen or Red Sister, Gray Sister, something sister, and then Red Queen is maybe a different series. Let me know what it's about. And hello, Lexi. How are you this morning? Lexi says, good morning. Going to be reading God Killer this morning, about 15% of the way through. And it's good so far. Very nice. I've heard very good things about God Killer. Most people seem to like it. Good morning, Christina. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Drinking coffee right now. Is this coffee one or two, Christina? And sharing some love with the like button. Thank you. And Jaleesa, good morning. How are you doing? What are you working on today? Did you finish? I want to say Crazy Love, but that's that wasn't. Was it Crazy Care? Care workers? I know it's about like caretakers taking care of people and it's a nonfiction, but wow. Okay, one of those books. Did you finish it yesterday? Christina says, Donna, I hope you feel better. Yes, we do, Donna. We hope you start to feel well very, very soon. Anne says, good morning. Good morning, Anne. How are you? Reading 1984 by George Orwell. Tried to read Julia and realized I need to read 1984 first. Yeah, based on what I've heard of Julia, I can definitely see that. It will probably help. I want to read Julia at some point. So that's very exciting. I hope you enjoy 1984. I read that last year and I thought it was so interesting. It was not like what I expected at all and I'll be interested to hear your thoughts on it. Hello, Miss Virtue. How are you doing this morning? What are you reading or working on? Good morning, Coda. How are you? And you're working on your buddy pages for a little life before work starts. Very good. Very good. Hope it's still going well for you. Christina says hi to Coda. And Red Queen is a Spanish translation. Oh, it's a police thriller book. Okay, so not at all what I was thinking. So none of the above. And I was talking all fantasy stuff. So, okay, very nice. Well, I hope it is going well and that it's as thrilling as you hope. And Coda says, Christina. Hello, Kim. How are you? Yes, I have not seen you here before. You'll be reading Nancy Drew, The Mystery at Moss Covered Mansion. Awesome. Well, I hope you are enjoying it. What number is that in the like humongous collection of Nancy Drew books? And are you trying to read through them all? Are you just a fan and pick them up here and there? Let me know. And I hope you enjoy your time here today. Jaleesa says, I'll be working during these sprints and reading Root Work by Tracy Cross. Okay, very nice. Well, I hope you get some work and some reading done today. And Donna says to Lexi, happy to hear you are reading God Killer. It was one of my faves. Yeah, a lot of people I know really like that book. In fact, I don't know that I've heard a negative review of it. Ms. Virtue says, I'm 10 pages out of finishing 7 days in June. Nice. Okay, so you'll definitely finish that in the first sprint, hopefully. Christina says, it is just the first one. I really just want to crawl back into bed today, though. It's raining and cold. Yeah, I don't know if it's cold here, but it's definitely like that rainy, like let's snuggle in bed and drink tea and read our books all day kind of weather. And Christina says, good morning to Jaleesa. And Donna says, thanks, Christina. My nose is so stuffed and my head feels like it's underwater. Ah, that's my least favorite way of being sick. I would rather be like just tired and achy and in bed than have a stuffed nose because that's just like a headache. And ugh, I'm sorry, Donna. I hope you feel better soon. Jaleesa says, no, I haven't finished care work. Care work. There we go. Care work. I knew care was in there. I couldn't figure out the second word. I decided to take a break from it because the book club I'm in just started. Oh, okay. And you don't want to be too far ahead and forget what I read. Fair. That's totally fair. And Jaleesa says hello to Christina. Kay says, I just bought 1984 after reading Animal Farm. Yep. I think the themes in the books are very similar. I think they're both worth reading, but I will say this, if you're only going to read one, I'd read Animal Farm. Um, I for a variety of different reasons. But yeah, I think they're both worth reading at least once. Jaleesa said, "Hey, Coda, how many pages per day are you all reading for a Little Life Buddy read?" Good question. Miss Virtue, I realized I've never shared my name. Haha, it's Dee Dee. Oh, okay, nice. Well, thank you for sharing, Dee Dee. I will call you that from now on, unless I forget, which will not be personal. It will just be my own memory. Tammy, hello. How are you? Today I'm reading Oliver we can all read what it says. Apparently, I can't say that word right now. Hoping to finish it today. Very nice. I listened to the audiobook version of Oliver Twist last year and really liked that, but for some reason I felt like I didn't understand. I think I didn't understand the dialect that well in that particular audiobook version. So I really am hoping to reread it whenever it comes back up. So I immediately put it back on my bookshelf to be like, okay, Nicole, you need to come back and reread that book. Um, and Dee Dee says, "Yes, I'm thinking I'll start a Dorian Gray afterwards. Very nice. I have started it and I'm finding it so fascinating." And Anne says, "Kay, I have Animal Farm as well. I'm thinking you guys need to get like an Animal Farm 1984 like group going on here." Kim says it's number 18, the original Applewood edition. I love all of them. Reading it for a prompt starts with M. Oh, very cool. Well, that's nice. That's nice that it fits in. Yeah, when I was younger, really wanted to like Nancy Drew, and I did, but she scared the crap out of me. Like those books, I think they were just like too, and not, they're not even scary, but I think they were just too intense for me. And so, yeah, yeah. Speaking of intense, I went and saw Dune last night. It was so good, but my husband didn't tell me this until afterwards because I was like, "Is this what it's like to go to the movies?" Because we don't go that often. And he didn't tell me that we went to the big show version. So it was like extra large screen, extra loud sound. Like our chairs were rumbling throughout most of the movie. So, yeah, and I've mentioned how, like, I really can barely handle action movies. It was a lot, and, I enjoyed it. It was a really good movie, but I definitely had to come home and take some Advil and go to bed. Which ironically, I then didn't sleep that well because I had so much adrenaline going and this and that, but whatever, it's okay. It's a good movie. If you like that kind of thing, I highly recommend. And hello, Vargas. How are you? I'm doing good. Hope you're doing well. Are you finishing up The Lost World? Right? That's what it is, the second book. What are you gonna read after that, Vargas? Because you're pretty close, as I recall. And good morning, Sue. How are you? And you'll be finishing on or working on, I should say, Aloha Alibi. Nice. Are you enjoying it? I know you read it all day yesterday. Jaleesa says hi to Metzley. And Jane, hello, Jane. There is also a Red Queen book by Philippa Gregory. Oh, yes. Yes, I do know about that one. So, okay, yeah. So it wasn't just my imagination that there's a lot of Red Queens. Like that's a popular book name, apparently. And Jaleesa says, random. I love the name Philippa. Oh, that is kind of random, but that's fun. It is a nice name. And Dee Dee says, I read Animal Farm in school and plan to reread it. I've got 1984. Would you recommend reread Animal Farm and then 1984 or go straight into 1984? Ooh, that's a tough one. Um, I would say if you want to read 1984, honestly, I'd start with that one because I think after reading Animal Farm, because there's so much crossover in the same topic, I honestly think it would be harder to read Animal Farm, or I think it would be harder to read 1984 after Animal Farm because you're going to feel like I already get the idea, but now I'm having to read it in longer form and that might feel tedious. So I read 1984 first and then Animal Farm, having never read either before. And I liked 19 doing it in that order because I felt like 1984 gave me a lot more information that helped me fill in gaps and see more things in Animal Farm. So I don't know if that makes sense, but I hope that helps, Dee Dee. And Coda says to Jaleesa, it only amounts to about 27 pages per day, starting on page 105 today and going to 265 by the end of summer. I mean, summer. It's a real slow pace there by the end of Sunday. Okay, yeah, that's not a bad pace. Jaleesa says, "Oh yeah, I started Dorian Gray yesterday, and the sentence is that's true." Yes, classic. Like we're gonna have a sentence that's gonna last a while, and it is kind of lyrical. You have to read it aloud. It's very dramatic, very nice. And you could also try to see if you could get an audiobook like from the library on it. Because sometimes like those long sentences, and it makes sense that you're reading it out loud, make more sense read out loud because then you're not like 7 commas in going, "What on earth?" And it is really dramatic. There are some really beautifully written parts in there. And Kim says, "I've been reading them since I was 8 or 9," the Nancy Drew series, and got my first 2 for your 8th or 9th birthday and still have both books. Oh, that is so nice. I love that. I wish I still had my books from childhood. I had planned on keeping them forever, or at least some of them, and my mom gave them away. She swears she didn't, but I know she did. Jaleesa said, "Good deal, Coda. I may try following along. I'm so intimidated by it because of the content." Yeah, yeah. You could try it. You could always put it down. And Andreas, hello from Australia. How are you doing? And what are you reading today? I'm glad you could join us. Your first time here, I think. So yeah, glad to have you. And Kay said, read Animal Farm. It's quite short. Yep, that is true. That is true. And Anne says to Dee Dee, I am reading 1984 first because I want to read Julia. Yeah. Good morning, Kiana. Andreas, ooh, are you up super early or super late? That that's a good question. Because it is yeah, you guys, well, no, wouldn't it be evening there, Coda? I'm always confused by this now. And Coda says, welcome in. Oh wait, no, you're right, Coda. It would be like early morning. They're in the future. Nope, nope. I lost it. I don't understand anymore. And Vargas says, I have no idea what to read after this one. I think I'll read another one from Conan Doyle, mainly because I have it here by my side. So would it be another one in the series, or do you have other Conan Doyle books? Like would you switch to a Sherlock Holmes? And Coda says, good morning to Kiana. Morning to Kiana from Lisa. Dee Dee says, Anne, okay, great. I might do just that. I still remember the theme of Animal Farm, but not enough to cause confusion. No, I don't think you'd be confused, Dee Dee, because the themes are very similar. So I don't think anything from Animal Farm would like contrast greatly with 1984. And Coda says, Jaleesa, if you want to join us, there's plenty of time to catch up. Happy to share the breakdown. Do you have a copy or will you be borrowing and what format? Coda, you're so helpful. And Kiara says, good morning to Coda and to Jaleesa. And Kay says, just ordered Julia and we'll read 1984 next. Very exciting, but don't tell me you're ordering it because I really want to read Julia and I don't have a copy. And yeah. Moving on. Kim, I lost almost all my books in a move in 2020, and did manage to save some. Oh, that stinks. I'm sorry, because I know that feeling, and that is just it's not a good feeling. Like things are a little easier now because there's more ways to save like your TBR list and know what you've read in the past, but it's still not fun. And good morning, good morning. And Varya said, forget it. It's not Conan Doyle. It's Rudolph Iraspe. Oh, okay. Well, never mind that then, huh? And Jane said, read both Orwell, or read both of Orwell, any Orwell. Tristan Reads Classics has the recommendation for another Orwell on his channel. I think it's the Forgotten Classics video. He's a must. Yeah, yeah. Orwell is really good, and so is Tristan Reads Classics. Yes, I forgot he changed his channel name because it used to be Tristan and the Classics. And Jaleesa, I have a physical copy, paperback. Dakota. And hello, Dreamcatcher. How are you? Good morning. What are you reading? Jaleesa says, thank you, Dakota. And Coda says, it's midnight Wednesday morning in Australian Eastern Standard. Not sure what part. Okay, yes. Makes sense. Right, because I know they're almost 12 hours ahead, depending on the part of Australia. And Kay says, Nicole, do you have a Discord? We could all discuss our reading journeys and buddy read. I do have a Discord. I have signed up. Have I used it since doing that? No. Do I get emails from Discord reminding me that I've checked none of the messages on there? Yep, I definitely do. So, when we go to break, I will take a moment to figure out what my Discord name, thing, login person is so that you can look me up. And maybe I'll spend some time today figuring out how to use that because I know people love it. And I suppose I could ask my son, he uses it all the time. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I'll let you know. Let me your comment so I remember to do that. And Vargas says, The Adventures of Baron Munchausen. Sounds interesting. Go for it. And my phone changes everything. Yeah. 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 Coda, Jaleesa, probably same copy as ours. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like most of the paperback copies are the same size. Miss Virtue, Dee Dee, and a shy voice. Can I join in too? I'm sure you can. Um, and Dreamcatcher says, I will be doing some cleaning and reading today. I'm reading Your Fault by Mercedes Ron. Nice. Jane says Tristan has two channels, one classics and one modern. Yeah, I saw that. I thought that was a good idea. And said there is a book called Wifedom on the Women's Prize nonfiction long list. Supposedly, it tells the story of Orwell's marriage. Really? Starring that comment. And Coda says to Dee Dee, the more the merrier, more devastating. Yeah, yeah, true. That's so true. Yes, the answer is of course. Of course. Yes, of course. And Kim, I will be in and out. I retired in December, so also catching up on TV shows as well. That's totally fine. That sounds great. And I hope you're enjoying your retirement. All right, guys, that's the end of the comments that I can see right now. So let's go ahead and jump into our first sprint and start reading or working or cleaning or watching TV shows, whatever we're going to be doing during this time. I'm going to, per usual, start us with a nice 45-minute sprint. And then we'll come back and hopefully I will have Discord information and other things for you. So I have this already set up. Let me just close some of these extra little thingies so we can see better. And I will see you after the sprint. Hello, 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 and welcome back. How did that sprint go for you guys? Mine went okay. I had like every interruption imaginable, it seemed like, and I spent more time than not texting my son about a museum that he wants to go to than anything else. And I was like, stop texting me, call your dad. Anyway, I just got 10 pages read, and this is not a slow read book. That was literally all I could fit in between every interruption I had. So hopefully you guys had fewer distractions and got more reading done than I did. So let's see how you guys were doing. When we left off, Kay was saying, wifedom sounds amazing. Out here in paperback on Thursday. It's a sign I need to order it. Yeah, Outback. I don't know where that came from. Wifedom does sound interesting, and that was the book that is about George Orwell's wife. So I did add that to my TBR. And Coda was giving the Little Life breakdown, so that is now in the comments if you guys want to see the reading schedule for that and be part of that buddy read. And hello, Alex. Good morning. How are you? Oh, you finished Swamplandia last night. Very nice. Okay, how did you end up liking it? Give us your star rating or something, unless it's going to be a spoiler. In terms of you're gonna like do it on your channel. And starting with Mabagoin now, a Welsh myths and folklore. Very cool. I'm gonna have to look that up. I am all about like different folklore and myths and stuff like that. And Kay ordered wifedom, totally ignoring how much I just spent on books in the first 25 minutes. I ordered GHD straight in this morning too. GHD. It's Mother's Day in UK on Sunday, so a treat for me. Awesome. Yeah, okay, you're gonna have to help me out there. It's not coming to me. I feel like I should know what that is, but I can't figure it out. And Jaleesa, yes, Cody, that's the same as Cody. What is happening with my reading? Coda, same copy. I can do this. Yeah, you can do it. I may have to cry into a couple of small containers of Italian ice while reading A Little Life, but yeah, therapeutic. Kay says A Little Life. I was sobbing reading that. My son wondered what was happening when you read it in 2022. Oh gosh, okay, I think that's gonna be me, yeah. I did put my Discord, username there in the chat, so if you want to join me on Discord, and at some point, I will look up how to actually use Discord, and then I'll start something there. Unless you guys wanna start it, and then I'll just join you and figure out how that goes. And Jaleesa says to Kim, "Congratulations on retiring." Yeah, that's awesome. And Coda, Jaleesa, I'm a crier too. It's fine. I'm expecting I'll probably lose it a bit given recent life events. Yes. But what doesn't kill us makes us stronger, right? Yes. So true. So true. And he just found Jaleesa on Instagram. And Dee Dee, are you on Instagram? Asked Coda. And Kate, lots of tissues and time to process is essential. Yes, that sounds good. Okay, I do at least have Discord so that it is on my laptop, so now I'm seeing you guys friend me. I don't even know how to be like accept. You can't search on Discord. Oh, you need a link. Okay, that'll be another step for me to figure out. Hmm. And Jaleesa says, Dakota, you are right. Yeah. And Dee Dee says, yes, I am. I'll come find you. And Dee Dee says, looks like a trip to Aldi's is in order to stock up on tissues. Yes, very well, maybe so. Hello, Bree. Glad you're back. What are you reading right now? Kay says it's a book that changes you, and you can't be regretted. And a shed a load of tissues later, you be nice. Yeah, you'll be very happy you finished. And hello, Laura. How are you? Just finished therapy, so can read now. Yay, wonderful. Reading as much of Finley Donovan's series today as you can, halfway through the second book. Very nice. I hope you're enjoying it, Laura. I'm assuming you are. And good morning, Stargater. How are you? Good morning to Cool Gamer. What are you guys reading today? And Sue says, 3 chapters of Aloha, Alibi, and a rousing game of fetch with the cats. You have very playful cats, Sue, because you're always like playing with your cats. That's fun. And Coda says, good morning to Bree, Laura, and Cool Gamer. Welcome in. Yes. And hello, Nicole. Wonderful first name. I don't believe you've been here yet. So welcome. And you're reading The Luminaries. Oh, for March. Oh, wonderful. Yeah, that's a nice mammoth-sized book. Are you enjoying it? I have that on my shelf and I really am looking forward to it. I've heard great things. And Kim says, thank you to Jaleesa. Did 31 years at our local school district. That is amazing. And Dee Dee says to Kay, oh, I love how you've put this. Yes. And Dreamcatcher says, started watching One Day on Netflix. Nice. I am not familiar with that. And of course, one of the many people I was talking to while getting distracted called me back. I now have 2 phone calls that I'll be making in my next sprint. Tia said, good morning. I'm working on listening to The Will of Minnie by James Islington. Well, good morning, Tia. How are you? And I have heard very good things. Like everybody I've seen review this book so far has loved it. 5 stars, best of the year kind of deal. Hello, Tokyo Chemist. How are you today? Midnight in Japan again. Yes, yes, it would be. And you're reading Pearl Harbor book this time. Okay, very good. I've calculated that if I read 25 pages a day, I can finish this time by the end of the month. Nice. I love doing things like that. So then I don't feel like pressured. If I want to read more one day, I can, but don't have to. Good plan. And Dee Dee says, finished 7 days in June. I cried because I'm a crybaby. I'm a crybaby too. It's totally okay. I have books here and there that I will just sob during, and that's fine. You're in good company. And GHD hair straightening tools. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, okay, okay, okay. I got you. I got you. I got you. And Kim, I didn't read, played June's Journey. Fun. Is that a video game, I'm guessing? And yeah, hair straighteners. Very nice. And Kay, I sent you a friend request on Discord, Nicole, to hunt your Discord. Okay. I will try and figure that out, Kay. I swear. And Bree says morning to Coda. I guess that one because I haven't seen a Coda yet. Yeah, I'm with you, Bree. I have those days. Oh my gosh, my phone is blowing up. Okay, let me get through this because now people desperately need me. Good morning, Dee. How are you? Hi, in the library studying, but ready for some reading finally. Nice. All right, what are you reading today, Dee? And Vargas says, I want to go to the library and buy some books, but I'm not allowed to go alone. Too much money would be spent there. Yeah, I feel ya. I feel ya. Yeah, I am I'm not banning myself from buying books. I'm just banning myself from going to bookstores and like pressing purchase on Amazon. And Laura says, hello, Dakota. And Vargas says, I want to buy A Little Life because I prefer to read on physical books, but I need auto control when it comes to books. Yeah, I hear you there. Oops, skipped Kiana. Kiana says, I didn't read, but I did make coffee. That's a very important step, Kiana. And hello, Storm. Storm's on her second cup of coffee and thinks she's going to read either an EARC spy ring, okay, middle grade, or listen to Suddenly a Murder. Ooh, very nice, Storm. Well, I hope you figure it out and enjoy those. Kim said online hidden object game on Facebook. Ooh, that sounds fun. I don't blame you there. And Dee says, anyone read Razorblade Tears? I'm thinking of reading it next. I have not, but I've seen good things. And good morning, Karen. How are you doing today? And says, good morning to everyone. I am reading The Stars Like Dusk by Isaac Asimov. I will be here for a little while. Great. Hope you can hang out. I will be here until 5, which is good because I don't think I'm going to get any reading done on this next sprint based on what's going on my phone. Kay said, I wish book buying ban was a thing. My brain acknowledged it clearly does not compute. Yeah, mine doesn't either. Like, I'm not actually going on a book buying ban. I'm just going to avoid places where I can buy books. If I don't go in, I don't see them and I'm not tempted. So I'm even trying not to actually go on to Amazon and just put things on my TBR. But I do occasionally have to search for things on Amazon to figure out how I would purchase it, and that's dangerous because clicking that button is so easy. And Kim says, "Hi to Storm, remembered from last night. Hi, Kim. Yes, yes, yes." I know, Storm. I was hoping to be on with you guys last night, and then we went to the movies. And Dee Dee says to Kay, "Yeah, same." And Storm says, "Kim spelled right too." Yeah, very nice. And, or yeah, because she said Stormy. Yeah. And Jaleesa says, "I got some things done for work and worked on my weak areas in Spanish." Nice. What do you find are your weakest areas or like the hardest things for you to learn in Spanish, Jaleesa? I'm just curious in terms of language learning. All right, we made it there. I am going to go ahead and put us into an hour-long sprint, if that's okay with everyone, because I think I'm going to need an hour just to get through these 2 phone calls and hopefully still have some time to read. So we'll see how that goes. Coda says, "I haven't bought books since November, and I probably won't be able to until September. It's fine." Yeah, you're so good at that, Coda. I think you are right with all those buddy reads and stuff. Um, and I tend to do okay so long as I don't look at like go into a place where I can buy books right that second. Like Amazon is easy for me to put off for a while. Bookstore, no, no willpower in a bookstore or a used bookstore. In fact, I have found that if I want to reduce my buying, I can just go to the library and check out a whole bunch of books. Do I read those books that I check out of the library? No, because I want to read the books on my shelf. But I get that same like dopamine rush getting books out of the library. Like, look at all the books that I have. So, if you're tempted to buy books, maybe try your library and go like binge shop there. It's very satisfying. And Kay says, "Yep, love the long sprints." And Tia says, "Hello to Kiana. This was my reminder to make coffee. We'll do that next sprint." I think I might have some coffee left. I might go get that. And hello, Nikki. How are you? Good morning, friends. Making coffee. And Jaleesa says, "My weak areas is remembering when speaking when to use saber versus conocer. Both mean to know, and estar and ser. Both mean to be." Okay, I'm actually going to pause us there. I see some more people coming in, so I will just say hi to Saul real quickly. And but I will get to your comment when we come back from the reading sprint because I know the longer I put off these phone calls, the more I'm going to have. So we will get into an hour sprint. Let me go ahead and reset our timer for that. Sorry, because I usually do like to get to the end of the comments, but feel free to keep chatting amongst yourselves, as they say, or return to your books, whichever you feel like doing during this time. And I will see you, oops, need the hour, after the sprint. Happy reading. Hello and welcome back. How did that sprint go for you guys? Mine was about as nuts as I thought it was going to be. I had to make two phone calls that turned into four phone calls and an email. And my husband's like, I think my Facebook account just got hacked. So it's going great over here. Despite all that, maybe because of all that, I escaped and still read another 10 pages. I'm kind of glad I picked this book because it's very easy to pick up and put back down and not lose sight of a lot of things. Anyway, let's get to how you guys are doing because I left in the middle of what sounded like was about to be a really interesting conversation. So, hello, Saul. Saul just had joined us, and I was like, okay, thanks, bye. And we went into a sprint. And Saul was saying that I may be moving soon and I have around 700 books to figure out what to do with. I can totally relate to that, Saul. Yeah. So I am at the point where the movers have come and they've given us an estimate. So now I can officially say I am not paying to move more pounds in books than what I currently have. Now, that doesn't mean I can't swap them out. That's the loophole I found. Let me know if that works for you. So, I'm at some point gonna start putting all my books in boxes. I've already boxed up the books that I'm moving that like I've read and that I am keeping for the rest of my life. Those are already in boxes. Now I just have all the rest of the books on my shelf, and if I can figure out about how many books fit per box, that's basically the most number of books that I can have. And I can move with fewer books than that, and or I can move with that many, but I can't add to that number. So at some point, I'm going to figure that out. Maybe I'll figure that out in one of these sprints. We'll see. Let me know what your plan is, Saul. And Storm said, if anyone sees my hauls, then you know I have no self control while thrifting. Yeah, oh no, thrifting. Yeah, nope. I won't be going to the thrift store, the bookstore, all those stores. You'll see my upcoming book haul videos. Yeah, because there's plural, because there were so many books. But I did all that before the movers came. So those are included in my all the books that I can move with. Kiana said, I'm good in a bookstore, but not in a thrift store. I'm good in neither. If there's books there, I'm going to be tempted. Coda said, the reason I'm able to do this is because I can justify punishing myself. I ended my challenge last year and then binge shopped over 100 more books in less than 2 months. Yeah, I mean, that's what happens. I think we all have like a certain number of books that we want to have. And normally I'm a person that says, so long as you can afford it and you have space, knock yourself out. Like, it's not a problem unless it's a problem for your life. And Kiana said, good morning to Tia. And Jaleesa said, they can only be used in certain context. I don't remember what we were talking about, Jaleesa, but I'm pretty sure everybody else in the comment knows what you meant. Kim said, with the library extension app, I use Amazon to see if any of my libraries has a book. Hmm, you can do that through Amazon. We'll have to figure that out, Kim. What is the library extension app that you use? Please let me know. And Metzley says the problem with bookstores is that there are people there who know my family and they snitch. Oh, that's not right. That is not right. That's so wrong. Do you live in a smaller town? Because I can definitely see that happening in the town that I grew up in. They would have been like, "Oh, I see your daughter was at the library or the bookstore buying some more books." And my mom worked right in the middle of our little town, and so yeah, I can relate. I'm sorry, man. And Nicole said, first time today. Yeah, welcome again. And I'm on page 139 of Luminaries. Oh, and you're enjoying it. Good. I'm learning about New Zealand and the characters are interesting. Yes, I know. One of the few really books from New Zealand or about New Zealand that I feel like really blew up of recent. So and Anne said, D, I read Razorblade Tears and I have read all of S.A. Cosby's books. Oh, nice. So you must really like them. Coda said to Jaleesa, Saber is for information, facts, memorize things. Connoisseur is for, sorry, that was Saber. Connoisseur is for people and places. You know, sabes, the lyrics to the song. You also know Connaisses tu? I feel like that was with a French accent, went all sorts of weird places. Spanish is my, like, 3rd and most worst pronounced language for some reason. Um, and yeah, you know your mother. Yes, right. To be familiar with information versus to know people and places. So I guess one would be to have knowledge versus as be acquainted with, I think would be the difference, right? Like saber is I know something, whereas conocer would be I am acquainted with this person, I'm familiar with who they are. Uh, B says to Anne, was it worth the hype? Need to request from the library. Yes, exactly. And hello, Paul. How are you? Paul says hello to the chat as well. And Storm said hi to Paul. And Christina said hi to Storm. And to Nikki. And coffee. Kiana, good morning. Yes, exactly. And Donna said, oh, I missed the chatty bit. It's okay, Donna. I had to like run away. And that is okay. Oh, you had me on mute. Oh, good, good, good. That's okay. That worked out. And Christina said hi to Bree. And Paul said hi to Donna. Donna said hi to Paul. And hi to Stormy. And Alex says, I'm watching the last chatty bit back during the reading sprint, so many interruptions this morning. Okay, so it's not just me, somewhere between 3 and 4 stars for Swamplandia. Nice. Okay, and my phone is still going off. Like it was silent for the last 10 minutes, guys. Let me just check this. Oh, it's just my husband. he's, he's just telling me about his Facebook hack. It'll still be hacked by the time I get back to him. And Christina said, well, I think my coffee forgot to kick in and I fell asleep and missed some chatty bits. Oh no, Christina. Oh, it's a serious coffee day this morning, huh? And Alex says, Christina, I fell asleep after drinking coffee, and my husband doesn't understand how that's possible. Well, I mean, it does take time for your body to process the caffeine. Have you guys ever done a coffee nap? That's when like you're really tired and you drink your coffee quickly and then intentionally nap until the caffeine kicks in and wakes you back up. Those are amazing. If you haven't tried that, I highly recommend it. It works better than you would think. And Jaleesa says, Dakota, maybe your example will help them stick. I can remember when writing, not speaking, I always use the incorrect words. I don't know why I can't naturally use them without thinking first. Yeah, I think it just comes with time and practice. And good morning, Jamie. How are you doing today? Glad to have some time to join you before work. Glad to have you here. Getting some things done around the house while listening to my audiobook. Very nice. What's your audiobook? I'm sure you've told me, but that was yesterday and things go out my mind that fast. Dee Dee says, same caffeine doesn't seem to work the same way for me. Yeah, it can also depend on tolerance and stuff. And Jaleesa said, coffee doesn't work much for me either. My husband is sensitive to it. He drank 3 cups yesterday and didn't go to sleep for more than 10 minutes last night. Oh, that sounds horrible. Yeah, I mean, if you don't drink it often, just a little bit, though 3 cups is a lot of it, it can really affect you. Paul says I can drink coffee all day and go to sleep easy. No way, Paul. Like if I drink 1 cup afternoon, I'll be awake until tomorrow. Like if we ever want to do a 24 read straight through, that's all I have to do is have like an extra cup of coffee. Like there's just no real sleep happening. Or if I do sleep, it's the worst sleep ever. And Dee Dee says, I'd sleep like a baby too. Wow. Yay, you finished your book, Vargas. How was it? What's your rating? What do you think? Oh, you weren't expecting the ending. Ooh, that's exciting. Was it a good ending? Like, wasn't expecting it in a good way? I hope so. And Paul says, awesome. Yes, that is awesome. Love a good finishing of the book. And hubby just came home and he's like, yeah, no, I haven't read any of your text. And Dee Dee says, Erg, I don't think I'm a fan of the narrator of your version of Dorian Gray. Oh, that's annoying. I would try are you listening to the Naxos version? Naxos? I tend to really like their narrators. Not every time, but most of the time I really enjoy their audiobooks. And you can usually find them free on like all of the library apps and different things like that. So Alex says, yeah, coffee doesn't wake me up in the morning. It's just a habit. That's true, regardless of the caffeine. Yep. but in the afternoon, it will wake me back up. 3 p.m. always hits me hard. Yeah, 3 p.m. is when our body's like, let's take a nap, siesta. And depending on your country, we don't do that. And some countries don't do it anymore. And I think that's the worst thing ever. I'm a big fan of nap time. Vargas, I don't know how to feel about this book. Oh, tell us why. Give us some more feedback. Jaleesa's high fiving you finishing at least. And Anne says to Dee, I thought it was very good. It was very violent. This is razor blade tears, right? So if that's a trigger, stay away. Yeah, I would never read it because that would be a trigger for me if it's too violent and like violent because it's just a violent book. Yeah. It also has a homosexual slant. Okay. And let's see what else is going on. Jaleesa says to Dee Dee, that's why I started reading it aloud, which is Dorian Gray. I didn't like the sample of the audiobook. Oh, so not very good audiobook options out there, huh? That's interesting because I was thinking about trying it on audiobook, but maybe not. And Kim said, sorry to ask this here, but is anyone else's Facebook and Instagram down? My husband said, uh-huh. So maybe you didn't get hacked, honey, because Kim's having issues too. Maybe we should all go and look. Maybe all of ours got hacked. Gosh, oh, my husband said probably. I hope not. I mean, I don't know what you're hacking off my Facebook and Instagram because, 17 years ago when I updated it. Jaleesa says, yes, Kim, mines are down. It's like it logged me out and won't log me back in. Oh, okay. So they're having some issue. And Dee Dee says to Jaleesa, that's funny as I actually listened to the sample before buying it, which I don't normally do, and was fine with it, but something just feels off. Okay, now I want to go and listen to the audiobook. What audiobook versions are you guys listening to? And Kim says, exactly, Instagram is showing old post, but at least it didn't log me out. That's weird. And Dee Dee says, oh, that explains it. Mine is down. Yeah. Okay. So then there's definitely just something going on with them. Sue says, I only got one chapter read, had to feed the cats, made breakfast, and help my hubby figure out today's bank charges. He has dementia and everything is getting harder for him. Yeah, I get that. Well, you hang in there, Sue, and, bless you for just being there and helping him through that. So I'm glad we can be here with you. And Jaleesa says, have you tried to fast forward to see if it feels different? Who's narrating the one you are listening to? Yeah, I'm very curious about these narrations now. And Metzley says, um, I don't know why I got lost here. You know that meme of the woman who's sitting in her bed looking straight ahead with their glasses on? Is that you now? You feel like that? I don't know that meme, but I can imagine it. But Jaleesa knows that meme. Too much to process. Yes, that was the general feel that I was getting from that. And Rachel, hello. How are you doing? I am doing well. I hope you're having a great day as well. What are you up to today, Rachel? Dee Dee says, yes, I tried my normal speed 1.3, but felt fast, which is crazy as last read was 1.5. I took it down to 1, but still don't like it. The narrator is Paul Gibson. Okay, interesting. Yeah, some people, it's just like, what book was I recently listening to on audiobook? I don't remember, but she kind of like she had a lit, whatever it's called, where she would raise her voice at the end of every single sentence, question, fill in the blank. And so it's kind of annoying sometimes. Oh, it's the audiobook I'm currently listening to, which is For the Waters. Jaleesa said, I understand. It's time to walk away and see how it sits with you after a few days. Yep, I agree. And hello with book zealots. Mine was interrupted by a snake in my flower garden, and one of your cats was out there. Well, I hope you are all okay. And Kay says, Facebook is off in the UK. It's broken. Yeah, sounds like it just went. And Metzley says, I wanted to start another one, but I don't think that's going to happen. Yeah, it sounds like a good happy for me to go. And Rachel starts humming thrift shop. And Saul says, my plan is to leave it until the last minute, panic, and then decide. Yeah, that's a strategy, Saul. That's a real strategy there. That's ultimately what's going to end up happening with mine. Are you having to like box and lift and move them all yourself? Caitlin says, just joined. Hello, Caitlin. Nice to have you here. Now I'll have less than 100 pages left in your book. How exciting. Hopefully you'll be able to finish it today or at least make really good progress towards that. So thanks for coming. What book are you reading? Let us know. And Jaleesa says, ooh, wow, I wonder how many audiobook narrators they have for Dorian Gray. My library has two, one narrated by Stephen Crossley and the other by Greg Wise. We might have to try them all and decide. And Metzley says, I'm good at neither. Oh, no. And Christina says, Kim, that library extension app works on my laptop in both Goodreads and Storygraph too. Okay, did we ever say what the library extension app was called? Or is it just literally like library extension app? Like, let me know this, guys. Help me out here. Rachel says, I mean, the whole reason I unhauled over 100 books was in realizing I had them for the sake of having them. They didn't bring joy to read or look at and took up space. Yep, I can understand that. You had to Marie Kondo those babies, figure out what sparks joy and keep those. That's basically what I'm planning on doing. So if it's not a 5-star read and it's a book I've read, I'm not keeping it because I'm not moving something that was okay. But for the books I haven't read, yeah, the vast majority of those are coming with me at this point. Jaleesa says, laugh out loud. When that happens with me, I pick up a graphic novel. Yeah, I will go to that or a short story or something that's under 300 pages. Anne said, didn't get much reading done, had to feed the cat, took the garbage to the dumpster. The mailman delivered Animal Farm. Yay! And you should see my study. At least I can shut the door. That's all that matters. And Rachel says hello to Christina. Tia says, I have a ton of books to take to the used bookstore for credits this month. I'm ready to get these books out of my house. Yes, I know that feeling. And then you get more books with the credit you get. And then the cycle just continues and it's amazing. And Metzley says, not a smaller town, but there aren't enough bookstores. Okay, so you get to know the people because you're all going to the same ones. That makes sense. And Booksell it says, I'm not on Facebook or Instagram, but both are apparently experiencing an outage. Yeah, that's interesting. I guess we'll hear more about that later at some point. And Nicole says, I have a lot of libraries in my county, and I don't have that many, and I don't have to buy many books. Nice. And Kim says it's just called Library Extension. Okay, I was thinking it was going to be called something super fancy. Only works on the computer and also on Goodreads and apparently Storygraph. It's for Chrome, Firefox, and Edge. For some reason, I can only get it to work on Edge right now. Okay, I'm going to have to check that out. Best app ever. It sounds like it because that is something that I've been trying to figure out and this might help you too, Saul, is I've also considered unhauling books that I know I probably won't reread and could get at the library in the place I'm moving to. Because I know I have some books that I'm like, I really want to read this book, but I will probably never reread it just because of the genre or whatever. And I figure if I can get it at the library and I've owned it for a while. So those are all the things that I'm looking at as like last minute unhaul ideas. Um, and Metzley says, I'm gonna leave the books for today. Yeah, you need coffee. Yep. Kay says, I got coffee. Ooh, a cappuccino nonetheless. Yum, yum, yum. Yes, yes. Everybody get the coffee. And Donna says Facebook is down. I thought mine got messed with. Yeah, that's what my husband thought too. So he was glad to hear that it was like everybody and not just him. Christina said my phone went off at the same time mine did. That was weird. Yeah, that is weird. Oh, coffee doesn't work for you either. Well, the taste is good. So at least you like it, I guess. Christina said, yes, I don't use Storygraph. I mentioned Amazon because they were talking about buying books on Amazon. Yeah, makes sense. And Metzley says, "It's part of my routine by now, but not exactly to wake you up." Yeah, it's hot liquid in the morning. When you get used to it, you're used to it. And Jamie says, "The life we bury." Oh, okay. Only 34 minutes left, so I'll finish during the next sprint. Very nice. Jaleesa says, "My parents and their siblings are like that. They drink coffee all day, and it's normal for them to have a cup with something sweet before bed." I don't get it. I know some people can do that. Like I said, I'd never sleep if I did that. Hello, Alicia. How are you? And you may never read again due to finding two tiny puppies in your backyard this weekend. I wouldn't read anymore either, Alicia. What kind of puppies are they? Are they cute puppies? Oh my gosh, I want to see the puppies. I mean, they're puppies. Maybe anything is pretty cute. Oh my gosh. Wow, and they were in your backyard. That's weird. Are you taking care of the puppies now? Christina says, "Yay for finishing." Yep. And Metzley says, "I drink black coffee and I can drink it all day and still go to sleep." Oh, I don't know about black coffee there. Share, guys. Are you like a creamier coffee, black coffee, a like coffee in your cream? Sugar, no sugar? Kay said, "Yep, can wake up at 4 a.m., drink coffee, and go back to sleep." Wow. Yep, more Facebook problems. Yep. Oh, and narrator problems. So no, Christy, you're having all the issues. The Facebook's down. You don't like your narrator. And hello to you, Christy. I haven't seen you comment yet. How are you doing? And what are you attempting to listen to on audiobook? Kay says these were 21st century problems. Bad narrators and social media is having an off day. Exactly. And all on the same day for us. Like, what are we supposed to do? We can't listen to our audiobooks. We can't go on Instagram or Facebook. Oh, no, no, no. Don't feel silly. Like, they're problems for, our sources of entertainment. Vetsley says, "I found a guy who does the narration of the Harry Potter books, and it's just on point." Ooh, a good one. And Kay says, "No, Jaleesa, we must vent frustrations like this. These are good problems we can share." Yes, they are. We're all having fun sharing these problems, or at least I am. And Kiana says to Kay and Jaleesa, "Me too. Coffee calms you down." Oh, but you're addicted to Pepsi. Yes, but high five on that Pepsi. Best. Christina says it's called library extension. Yes, thank you, because it was taking me forever to get to that comment. And Jaleesa says, "Now I want some soda." And Kay says, "I'm addicted to buying books mentioned on sprints." Facts. And yeah, that's more concerning. Probably. And Saul says, "I'll have to do it in stages. I may be able to store some at my parents' garage, but it's going to take a few trips." I did that at one point post college. So yeah, options. And Bookzealot says, "Last year I hauled over 200 books because we were planning on moving this year, but that has now been put on hold." Ah, bummer. Well, hopefully they're books that you don't miss, had read, or can get at your library. Library. Does anybody else say library? Like it's a berry that grows on a bush? Just me? I can't get my comments to work. Oh no, are the comments broken now? And Christina said hi to Rachel. Jaleesa said, "This is the least that I have complained in a while." Well, that's not too bad. Here's those phone calls coming in. Oh, darn. And I have to get this one, guys. So we're going to just go into a sprint. Hello and welcome back. How'd that sprint go for you guys? I read nothing. I think I like snuck in 2 pages. So sorry I had to leave so quickly. The briefest explanation of what's going on is just that my son is trying to enlist in the National Guard today. He was supposed to be doing that, and it was very quickly going downhill, and so I was waiting for a phone call to come back in, and of course, it came back in right at that moment, and I didn't wanna miss it. So, anyway, that's all resolved. He's not going to be able to do it at all right now because it just won't line up with graduation, but we will have to figure that out once he gets back home. Anyway, so I hope things are going better for you guys. Then they are here. Let me know if Facebook and whatever is back up because I haven't followed any of that drama. And oh, Vargas, you had to go. Oh, I'm sorry. Need to have breakfast. Have a good day. Thanks for the sprint. See you on the next one. Absolutely. It was wonderful having you here to chat with. I'm sure you're already gone, long gone, because that was an hour ago. Anne said, we had a used book sale at my church. I donated a lot of books, but ended up bringing home more than I donated. Yeah, me every single time. I can totally relate to that. And Kim says that there's 8 libraries, and it's nice to be able to see in one glance if one of them has something. I did during that period. I was able to get the library extension, so I'm excited to start using that. And Kay was sending a heart over to Jaleesa and puppies and books. Absolutely. Yes, everybody was puppies. I don't even remember who had the puppies at this point. That's that's how wild this morning has gone. I remember Alicia. Okay, I see you there. I think it was Alicia found puppies in her backyard. Kim says, I love the smell of coffee, but hate the taste. I know multiple people like that. Can't drink it even with cream or sugar. And Kiana is a coffee in my cream girly. Yep, yep. I'm here with you, Kiana. And like I make cream and sugar and I flavor it so that it's coffee flavored cream and sugar. And Paul is the black coffee guy. Good for you, Paul. And Alicia says they are Australian cattle dogs and they have no right to be this cute. They are cute. Those are some super cute dogs. I even like the way they look when they're older. Can't handle it. They're still here because we can't find their owner. Aw, poor pups. Well, I'm glad they have you to take care of them. Jaleesa said, my father drinks his coffee black, nothing added. Your mother adds cinnamon. Oh, and that's it? That sounds, oh, I don't know if my gut could take that. Sue, black coffee and it doesn't keep you awake? All you like sleepy coffee drinkers. Christina says, I have a yummy coffee cake oat milk creamer. You have mentioned that. I might have to try that one. What's the brand, Christina? Anne says a Mountain Dew addict. Ooh, that was me my freshman year in college. Mountain Dew and iced animal crackers. How did I not get diabetes? I don't know, but like I definitely felt ill by the end of the week of finals. Laura said, my bloodstream is good at 80% coffee. Nice. And that sounds so yum, doesn't it? Doesn't it? And Nicole, I like a little bit of milk in my coffee and no sugar. Very nice. And Kiana said, and Mountain Dew's a second, close second for her. And Rachel says hello to Kiana like ages ago. Storm said, I drink my coffee with a little sugar free sweetener and heavy whipping cream. Coffee doesn't keep me up. I go right to sleep. Yep. There's a lot of people in here that will join that club. And Kay loved the 80% comment. Team Dunkin' Donuts. Yes, yes, yes. Extra, extra. Yes, yes, Alicia, let's go. Let's go. I am there with you. I know you said this like probably an hour ago, but if I had seen it and closer to real time, I'm still with you there. We can go to Dunkin' Donuts and get that extra, extra coffee creamer all day long, all day long. Or the creamer that they sell. You know, they sell that like in the bottles. Is that what you use on yours? I need to pick that up sometime because that one's good too. And Kiana says hello to Rachel. Sorry, I got really excited about that, didn't I? Dee Dee says Stephen Fry as a narrator is top tier. Ooh, okay. I'll have to keep an eye out for him. Booksellit says, I don't miss any of the books I unhauled. YouTube notices aren't working for you. Oh, really? That's weird. I've noticed that YouTube seems to have done something with the chats where when you go into a live stream, they have now like slow delayed the chats coming up. I wonder if that's because of bots and, you know, I don't want to call them stalkers, but you know what I mean. I mean, we might as well call them stalkers, those people who just come in and do random things in your chat. And Kay agrees about Stephen Fry. Rachel says, books mentioned on sprints. Have you checked out Let There Be Fire or pre-ordered A Dance of Mist and Fury? Shameless self-plug. Yeah, no, don't. Yeah, be shameless about it. Self-plug. Yeah. Check out those books by some author. I'll add a little eye waggle there. And Kay says, look at Nicole. She is in demand today. Am I? What's going on? Oh, yeah, on my phone. I am. I am. It's because they know that I'm doing something else, I swear. Yeah. And there's where I had to like abruptly stop. Yeah. Because I swear the second we get off, my phone will not ring or boop again. Laura says, will you be doing an audiobook for A Dance of Mist and Fury, Rachel? It's a good question. And everything is fine. Thank you so much for asking, Laura. It's fine. Even with it not working out for him, it will be fine. But it was just the chaos of the moment. And Dee Dee says, oh my gosh, I found an audio for Dorian with Stephen narrating. Oh, with Stephen Fry? Okay, now I'm definitely gonna have to check this out because you guys all definitely just, hyped him up. Whoop whoop. Um, who is that audiobook by, Miss Virtue? And Laura's saying nice, and oh, it's 100 times better. That's a lot better. Okay, let me know. I hope you leave in the comments who that one's by. Anne says, isn't it strange that social media sites go down on Super Tuesday? Oh, good point. Yeah, it's probably intentional. Um, which is probably not a bad thing. Like, let's just face it at this point. I'm not complaining. And Jaleesa says, yay! And Dee says, it looks like an abridged version, so it doesn't quite sync up to my edition. Oh, abridged. It's not even that long a book. I sometimes wonder why they do things like that. Like, what was I reading recently? I was reading a really long book at one point, and the audiobook was abridged by one chapter. Like, it was like an 800-page book, and they took out 10 pages. Oh, I know what it was. It was when I was reading Armadale. So it was like 600 pages, and they skipped one like 5 or 10-page chapter. And I was like, was that just an accident? And then you decided to not go back and fix it? It was the weirdest thing. And it was the weirdest, like, random chapter. Like, it was literally like chapter 11 out of the 91 chapters that they had in the audiobook. And I was like, what's going on there? Anyway, yeah, but you still like it. Facebook is back. Coda's been working, but is lurking. And Coda said, I was just fighting with Facebook and Instagram. Glad to know the issue was universal. Also glad I didn't throw my phone. Yeah, I think that really played on a lot of people, Coda. It wasn't just you. Everybody was like, what just happened? Exactly. Hello, Skylar. How are you? Thanks for joining us. Sorry you joined in the middle of a weird section, but y'all were doing good in the chat all by yourself. So let me know what you're reading and how you're doing. Caitlin says, work got in the way, but was able to get a few pages in. Great. I'm glad. And Skylar says, I'm reading Vera Wong's Unsolicited Advice for Murderers, or it's Vera Wong's Unsolicited Advice for Murderers. I did figure out that Vera Wong is part of the title because somebody else was reading that at some point. So I hope you are enjoying it. Hi, Isa, reading Frankenstein. Oh, and you're still enjoying it? Because you were reading it last time you were on too, right? I think so. Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying it. I recommend Frankenstein all the time. I really love Frankenstein. And Dreamcatcher says, I did some cleaning, wrapped my mom's birthday present. Happy birthday to your mom. And Mother's Day present. Oh, okay. Dreamcatcher, you're not in the US. Because for a second I was like, Mother's Day? Is that close? But it's in May here. So I really had a panic moment there and did some editing and continued watching one day. Very nice. 86% of the book done for Sue. On page 169 for Nicole. You guys are getting so much good reading done. I hope to join you. And Jamie, I finished The Life We Bury. Nice. Oh, 4-star thriller set in Minnesota where you used to live. Oh, that's always fun. I agree. I agree. Well, I'm glad you finished. Jamie, what are you going to be reading next? Because you got to just keep going, right? No, you could always take a break, of course. And hello, Alina, how are you? Nothing read today, practically me neither. And it's hard to find time with a 2-year old. True, 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 true. I have no such interruption as a 2-year old. In fact, in one of my earlier videos, I mentioned trying to read The Last Samurai by Helen DeWitt and talking about how it was giving me like flashbacks because in that book she has like a 2 or 4-year-old and she's trying to write but she keeps getting interrupted, and so it's like her stream of consciousness constantly broken by her 3 or 4-year-old's question, and I was like, I can't do this is like mental trauma to me. Like I have fought to get to the point where I can have continuous thoughts. Like I can't go back to that life. So, more power to you for whatever you do get read. And Dee Dee says, after many false starts, I got to page 15 of Dorian Gray. Yay! Good. And Dreamcatcher says, oh, and made some coffee. Yeah, there you go. After all that coffee chat talk. Wow. And Jaleesa read 70% of Root Work. And Storm said, so can't find an audiobook that is hitting. Oh, that is frustrating. Now getting ready to fix some lunch. Uh, uh, Not sure what. Did you figure it out? What did you end up having, Storm? Or are you still trying to figure it out? And Mayu, hello, on page 408 of Cruel Prince. Well, welcome, and thanks for sharing what you're reading. I hope you're enjoying it because it sounds like you're a good way in. And Christina says, Alicia, I think they are mine. I have lost the thread of that conversation, so I'll trust that you're correct, Christina. And Kim said, if I drink coffee, it's cream and sugar with a little bit of coffee added. Check. Check. Yep, same. Hot chocolate all day. Ooh, yeah, yummy hot chocolate. Do you put whipped cream on yours? And Vargas is back. Yay! Welcome back. Did you sneak to the bookstore? Were people watching you? And Skylar, yeah, I'm a diet Mountain Dew and iced coffee, mostly creamer girly. Ah, very nice. And Planet Oat is the creamer brand. Okay, gotcha. I am gonna make a note of that. Planet Oat. It's the coffee cake creamer. Skylar, I love the chocolate caramel sugar-free creamer. Ooh, chocolate caramel. That sounds delicious. Facebook is back up and running. Excellent. Thank you, Paul. Laugh out loud trolls. Yeah, I think that was the word I was looking for. We had a troll infiltrate our book club meeting on Zoom. And the Discord server. Oh, that's horrible. I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully you were able to kick them out or back under the bridge. And Laura says, my YouTube notifications have been weird lately too. I wonder if they're doing a lot of back end work at this moment. They might be. I don't think I've noticed anything weird with my YouTube notifications, but I'm also pretty good at ignoring them. So, Kay said, I just read about the James Islington book, The Will of Many. I need I need it now. Oh yeah, see, just click, click, click. And Rachel said, not getting any reading done, but writing a hot bit done, a chili bit done. I figured this out last time, Rachel, but it's stuck. Right. You're writing a bit. We're gonna just go with that. And working on a bit of vulnerability into the dialogue. Ooh, that sounds nice. I like that, a vulnerable character. And Jaleesa, it made me think about deleting my own Discord server. Oh, really? I'm just trying to figure that out, but I have heard of them being hacked and Anne said, I alternate between diet and regular Mountain Dew. Oh, okay. Very nice. Okay, so here's a question for you guys. I know that some people will do book clubs and chat, somebody reads and that kind of thing on Discord, and some people will do them on, what is it, Voxer? Do you guys have a preference, and if so, why? Let me know. Stephen Fry is Gordon on Bones. Oh, interesting. Okay, I've never seen Bones, so I don't know. But now I know how to look him up. And Jaleesa said, I still need to read The Will of Many. I've only read The Shadow. Oh, right. I knew that name sounded familiar. I'm looking at The Shadow of What Was Lost right now. It's straight in front of me. Okay, I didn't realize that The Will of Minnie was oh, is it part of the I mean, I know the Lycanus trilogy is a trilogy and it's done, but is it part of the same world? No, I don't think it is, because I think it's, like, something completely different. Anyway, didn't realize it was by him. Skylar, are you liking Vera Wong? Good question. Christina, when Coda and I read Cell, they repeated a chapter. Okay, making it longer instead of shorter? Sorry, random cough there. I guess they'll do whatever in an audiobook. Kay said, I have The Shadow of What Was Lost. It's on my list to read as it's been on my shelf too long. Um, yeah, same for me, Kay. So maybe we need to figure out a buddy read or group or a Voxer or something for that. And Christina said hello to Skylar. And Dee Dee said, I found it on YouTube by doing a quick search. Good to know. Jaleesa said, since we are sharing favorite sodas, which we are, yeah, I like diet or zero sugar cream soda, root beer, or cherry 7 Up. Delicious. I think my favorite is a fountain soda version of Pepsi with ice. Or there's another type, not sarsaparilla. It'll come to me and I'll let you know. Oh my gosh, I know Instagram has been goofy for me before this, not letting me like or follow, and now my account is deleted or something and you can't get back in. Yeah, it seems like it's down or something's going on, Skylar, so hopefully it'll be fixed by tomorrow. Vargas, not me taking notes and getting more books from here. That's all we do. We should just, forget chatting. Let's just start putting a running list of books in the chat for us to all just go and go and find out and buy. And yes, I did I did remember that at one point, Dreamcatcher, after yes, yes. And Mother's Day there is on Sunday in the UK. It was either you or somebody else in the UK mentioned that Mother's Day was this weekend. So that was how I made that connection and realized like I wasn't way off. And Skylar says to Kiana, I wasn't liking it when reading my library copy, but now I have the audio and it's great. Oh, isn't that interesting? So you like the audiobook of Vera Wong's better. Alex said, no reading for myself done today, just one page. I'm here with you, Alex. Tackled some laundry and dishes and read from a geography review book with my homeschooler. Well, nice. At least you're still getting a lot of other things done. And Skylar said hi to Christina. How are you? Christina, laugh out loud. The puppies, I think they are mine. Oh, you were talking about the puppies. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh no, Christina's wrong. They're probably mine. We can share. They're Christina and mine. Like both of us own the puppies. And Kay, Mother Day Sunday. I cannot wait. I have a bottle of Joe Malone that I can't wait to get out. Nice. And Jamie, I always have several books going at a time, but only one audiobook. So now I have to sift through my Audible library to determine my next read. Physically, I'm reading Seize the Night by Dean Koontz. Nice. Yeah, I do that too. I usually have one audiobook and then a whole bunch of other nonsense happening. Kim says whipped cream or marshmallows on hot chocolate. Nice, except for the marshmallows. I am not a marshmallow girl at all. But if you like them, which a lot of people do, that's good. I don't know what it is about me and marshmallows. We just don't get along. And Jamie said, also reading the picture of Dorian Gray. Yay! Don't forget to update on Storygraph if you're doing the read along. Christina said to Alicia, laugh out loud, okay, let me just tell hubby he has a drive. Skylar said, I love putting a little pumpkin pie spice in my hot chocolate. Oh, I could see that. Kim, I don't do audiobooks. I get too easily distracted. I do too, Kim. I can do audiobooks for nonfiction easier than fiction. Fiction, after a while, I'm like, wait, what's happening in this story? And Rachel says hello to Alicia. Alicia says, I'll throw in some food and a toy. I already have my handful with animals. Ooh, food and a toy. Yeah. Sign me up. Send the puppies. Alicia says hi. And Vargas says, I was eating breakfast and telling my mom about the end of this book, and she looked at me so mad and asked if I bought another one. But it's the book she gifted you last month. Well, hey, see, there you go. You could be like, no, mom, this is the book you gave me. Love you. Thanks. Kay said hot and spicy, smutty, maybe? Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was one of those things, Kay. I know what you're talking back to. Yeah, and I don't know why the word wouldn't come to me. Writing some spicy, yeah. That was how I figured it out last time. Jaleesa, I had the same experience with my notifications. I stopped paying attention to them and just check my email now, Laura. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the notifications. Storm said, I have had a Discord for a while now and never been hacked, so I don't know how often that happens. Probably not frequently. And Alicia, my preference is for Discord because I've never used Voxer and already have Discord. Makes sense. Anne says they're announcing the Women's Prize for Fiction. Exciting. Have you guys read the backlist? Are you going to read the list that comes out? Are you going to read the winner? Laura says that's a good idea, Jaleesa. Jamie says Dr. Pepper for Jamie. Jaleesa, I've been in book clubs on YouTube, Facebook, Discord, Book Club, and Fable, and prefers Discord with either voice channels there or a Zoom link for virtual meetups. Cool. And I didn't know you could do all that on Discord. So that is very cool. Oh, well, no, I know about the voice channels because my son will do that with his friends. And Bookzealot says, I've been dealing with a troll on my YouTube and Goodreads because she didn't like that I liked a book she disagrees with. It's been over a year now with over 20 accounts. She creates, comments, and deletes. That's horrible. Like, you need to read this one book that I recently got. It'll be in one of my upcoming book hauls, but the whole premise is there's a mystery surrounding these people because somebody doesn't like the reviews they've given on books. Can we not all relate to that? So, but I'm so sorry that's happening to you. And Jaleesa said, oh, and my favorite full sugar soda is tamarindo. Yes, flavored with jarrito. Oh, I don't know what that is. Is that the spicy stuff? Christina said, Skylar, it has been a day, has it not? And Alex says, Stephen Fry to me is the voice of Winnie the Pooh. Listened over and over when kids were little. Yeah, that would kind of ruin him for everything because then now Winnie the Pooh is just narrating all your books. But you preferred the Jim Dale narration for Harry Potter. Fair enough. And Skylar said, same to Christina. And sorry, guys, if I'm going really long with these comments, but I really want to catch up to where you guys are. And Laura said, I am new to Buddy Reads on Voxer and Discord, but have liked both, although I feel like Voxer has a bit more of an edge for me at the moment. Okay. Slightly edging out. Why is it's slightly edging out Discord for you, Laura? And hooray for homeschool. Yep, I know there's quite a few homeschoolers here. Vargas said, I don't like chocolate. The only chocolate I like is the dark one, the stronger one. The rest of them you can't eat or drink. Yeah, yeah, people definitely have chocolate favorites. I like darker over milk chocolate as well. And I was about to call you Schenectady. I grew up in central New York, so that's where SCH takes me. Anyway, Kiana, I usually start Buddy Reads by finding out someone is reading something I wanted to read and attaching myself. Yeah, basically. That's what we all do, Kiana. Let's not pretend. Jaleesa, it was strange. It was a bunch of gamers and they started yelling in the Zoom and posting, I don't know what kind of pics in the Discord channels. People need to get a life. Yes. Thank you, Jaleesa. This is what I think every single time. Like, you really have nothing better to do than this? Like, what are you even getting out of it? Like, why don't read a book? We can suggest a lot right here in this chat. Alex says, I liked Discord over Voxer because you can organize chat by chapters and sections so you can read at your own pace and not worry about spoilers. And I do like that. I like the Storygraph read-alongs for that same reason. Laura says there are ways to increase security on Discord. Leandra had a problem a few weeks ago and she's got it sorted out now, although I couldn't tell you what those ways are. That's fine. I'm sure I could look those up. And Jaleesa says to Bookzealots, I'm ready to fight. That's so weird, right? All the energy could go elsewhere. Why spend it on trolling someone? I know. This boggles my mind. Like, You could have been reading other books or talking to people who like the book you liked. Like, if you don't like something that I read or said, I'm just gonna say, like, "Okay," and move on. Like, but I don't know why you'd have to keep interacting with me over it, right? Ugh, yeah, I'm sorry that's happening to you. And hello, Kiara. Nice to see you. Nice to have you here. And you homeschool your 4 kids too. Yeah, I know there's quite a few people in this chat who homeschool. So you're in good company. Are you reading anything today? Let us know. Kay said Barnacle Buddy reads. Yeah, just latch on. Yes. Oh my gosh, Kay. I'm gonna call them that from now on if you don't mind my using that term because that is amazing. Like, if I figure out Discord, we're gonna have a whole section that's just gonna be for the Barnacle Buddy reads. That is so hilarious. Not safe for work. Okay, thank you, Jaleesa. I'm still stuck on Barnacle Buddy reads, so. Isa, I also prefer Storygraph read-alongs and buddy reads. Yeah, I like the Storygraph because it's very easy to set up, and to me, it's very clear what you're supposed to do in it. So that's what I'm doing for the Dorian Gray one. Jaleesa, Isa, I love the Storygraph read along and Buddy Reads feature. I don't know if I've seen the Buddy Read feature. I'm gonna have to check that out because I have a whole bunch of Buddy Reads coming up. I was about to say Buddy Feeds. Laura, I like that I can do voice notes. I do like that. And it feels more like a conversation with friends. I agree with Isa. The Storygraph read alongs are great too. Yeah, I do like the voice notes part. And Alicia just lost my glasses. I should have stopped playing with them. That's okay. I have another pair right here next to me, and I'll use those first. And Alicia says, I love Barnacle Buddy reads. Yes, that's literally the best like name I've heard all day. I'm I'm writing it down. Barnacle Buddy reads. You heard it here first. And we will even attribute it to the right person, which I don't even remember who said it now. Oh gosh, guys, it's been a day. It was K. Okay, Barnacle Buddy reads. Here we go. And does that mean we get to does that remind anybody else of SpongeBob? Like, cause they I feel like that's the only reference I have for people who say barnacles all the time. And Kiara says, I'm currently working on Beloved by Toni Morrison and The Count of Monte Cristo. Awesome books. How are you liking them? Let us know. And Bookzillits says to Jaleesa, I agree. I'm investigating how to put a restraining order against her. Ugh, I'm so sorry you have to do that. That's just so over the top on that person's end. All right. Well, unfortunately, that was kind of a weird note to leave off on, but Barnacle Buddy reads. Like, let's go for it. Let's end on that thought. And I'm gonna take us back into another reading sprint. I don't even know what they're called anymore because I haven't even done them yet. So we'll get to that. Jaleesa said real quick, smacking my head, take care of yourself. Yes. And hopefully they will stop. And Coda said, Barnacle Buddy reads. Is that when people hop on other buddy reads? I just got where I could turn the volume back up and Barnacle everything reminds me of Bobo. That's your love name for SpongeBob. Yes, Coda, in case you missed it, we were Kay was saying, yeah, their Barnacle Buddy reads just latch on. And she was talking about how we just all like jump on other people's buddy reads. Yeah. So we're now gonna start calling them Barnacle Buddy reads. So one day when I get my Discord set up, we're gonna have a section for all my Barnacle Buddy reads. Yep. Thank you, Kay. Yep. Always makes me think of SpongeBob. Yeah, maybe I can even put a little picture of Patrick Star. Though I swear it reminds me more of Mr. Krabs. Because I think he was the one who said barnacle the most. Christina, I'm using Storygraph for buddy reads and read alongs. Yeah, I kind of like the way they have it set up. Yes, we all love it too, Coda. I know it was brilliant. Okay, take your like walk of glory here. You have pleased us all. And Anne said, "Oh, you're disappointed with the women's prize list. Okay, we're gonna have to talk about that when we get back. So let's all go to a sprint and let's look at it and yeah, figure out what that list is when we get back and discuss. And I should get on Voxer. Okay, yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that. I was gonna suggest that for us, Coda. Christina said, "You think of Pirates of the Caribbean?" Oh. And Vargas says, "I have no idea what that is, though. I watch SpongeBob in Spanish." Oh, true. Okay, barnacles. They're the things that attach to ships. Between Jaleesa and I, maybe one of us will figure out what the word is in Spanish. I'm sure anyone could look that up. So whoever finds it first, put it in the chat. And Bookzealots says, "Thank you. Yes, you're very welcome." Okay, now we're really going to, I'm not going to read any more comments, even if they pop up, because I want to read today. So let's go ahead and go into a sprint. Thank you guys for bearing with me as I caught up in the chat because I do want to know what you guys are saying and sharing. Let me set this, and I will see you all in an hour. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. How did your sprint go for you guys? Mine went like all the rest. I should have called these telephone sprints today, but I did get to read a few more pages in Forever Amber. I have somehow managed to make it to part two in the book, and I have actually gotten through 30 pages today. So, not fast progress, but I'm slipping reading in basically the last 10 minutes. That's all I'm getting. Anyway, let's see how you guys did. Hopefully well. Coda gave us the word for barnacles in Spanish. Nice, thank you. Oh, and Kate also found a word. And Jaleesa said, I like the sound of that better than barnacles. I'm throwing the word barnacle out of my vocabulary. And she's going to use, I'm not even going to try and say it because my pronunciation will likely be in Italian, in which case I'm saying it's missing an E off the end because it would be asiale. And Coda said, yeah, that one too. Yep. And okay, great. And that helped you out. Yes, you guys are awesome. Thank you so much for that. And, oh, and Coda even put it in a sentence for us. Oh, and said, yeah, ignore the first one. Sorry, Jaleesa. Okay, so gosh, we're converting all sorts today, aren't we? We definitely are. Was that Spanish for barnacle buddy reading? And the crab was covered with in barnacles. Oh yeah, we should have done, barnacle buddy reading in Spanish. Please let us know, Marcus, what that would be. Isa says, as a Spanish speaker, I also recently learned that barnacles were thanks to those TikTok videos where they remove barnacles from turtles, crabs, and lobsters. There you go. They're coming up all over the place. And Vargas said, now I get the name of Barnacle Boy. Oh, yeah. I never tried to make the connection there. Oh, true. Yeah. Well, there you go. You learn something new every day. And Barnacle Buddy reads would be Lectores de Buddy de Percebes. What happened? I went away. I love this. In cases, I am just starting to learn Spanish as I'm trying to delay old age brain loss by learning a second language. Well, there you go. Buddy reads in Spanish. All of our worlds have been enlarged by this. And Coda said, or would you replace Buddy with Amigo? Good point. Yeah. Yeah. Amigo. Yeah. Yeah. Or maybe compañero. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Ah, there we go. There we go. Lectures de amigos percebe. Percebe? Yeah, I need you guys, like, I need this to now have like two-way dialogue so I can get the correct accent there. But yeah, something like that. Yep. Well, now you can start them in Spanish as well. Love it, guys. And Alex says, just checked the women's prize long list. Oh, I forgot to do that. And there are a few that look interesting to me. I'll probably read the short list, fair enough. And I've only done that the year that Piranesi run, and that was a good list that year. Nice. Anybody else planning on reading long list, short list? Do you do all of them? And Alex said to Isa, I think of lobster TikTok too, and they say squish off the barnacles. Ooh, gross. But can't stop watching it. That's hilarious. Oh, you forgot your head homework. Okay, you're gonna stay though and steal some book titles. Yeah, do that. And you can always do your homework during the sprints, so that's totally fair. And hello, Charles. My FOMO for Wheel of Time turned it. God. Oh, turned it into a barn. See, now we have like an acronym for it too, a BBR. Started right here. Yeah, yeah, yeah. FOMO for Wheel of Time got me too. And yeah, I ended up having to do a BBR for that as well. So I totally get you, Charles. And Delisa said, I was almost there with you, Charles. Yeah, yeah. That Wheel of Time one, man, it got a lot of us. Some are still going. Anne said to stay at home reader to Alex, they do look interesting. There are 7 debut novels. Oh, wow. And there is no Anne Pratchett or Zadie Smith. That's kind of surprising. I know there were quite a few people who were expecting them, so that surprises me, and I have not read anything by either of them. But I have heard a lot about both of their recent books, except for Zadie Smith. I feel like her most recent one, people weren't totally thrilled with, but everybody seems to have loved. What is it, Tom Lane? And Dee Dee said to Charles, I almost got caught up in that too. Yeah, you should have, clung on, latched on, as Kay said. Sue said, finished Aloha Alibi. Yeah, nice. And now you're reading Shakespeare for Squirrels. What is Shakespeare for Squirrels about, Sue? I suppose I could look that up, but have I yet? No. Hi, James. How are you doing? James is reading Journey to the Center of Earth by Jules Verne. Nice. 128 pages left. Also attempting to sprint hop because Leandra is also sprinting. Yep, lots of people sprint on Tuesdays. Good luck with that. I'm horrible at sprint hopping and I eventually just like give up. And so now I just pop in and say hello to everyone and then just like stay on one. Because that's I can't do it. I don't know how to do it. And Christina says, I was sprint hopping and getting ready for a shower. And hello to James. Hello to Christina. Hi, James. How's your evening going? Hope you had a good day if you had work today. Yep, just got home from work and having fish and chips for dinner. Yummy. Watching Rachel Oates. Nice. How about you? And making dinner and watching the rest trial. Yes, you've been on top of that, Dee Dee. And Jaleesa said, I made it through 42% of root work and took my hair down. Yes, wash day. Okay, yep. I do know how that is. Yep. Good luck. Power through. Make sure you have some snacks to take a deep condition like break or something. Do what you got to do. Issa said, reached 85% and cleaned my bathroom. Nice. Kim said, sitting at the park, eating lunch, read about 2 chapters. That sounds delightful. Living that retired life. Good for you. Rachel says, finished writing a chapter. Very good. Might reward myself with reading a chapter from a TBR book. Awesome. You guys are getting some good stuff done today. Storm said, all else fails, go with an audiobook series you know and like when you can find a book. Yep. So The Black Hand by Will Thomas, it's number 5 in his series. Also ate lunch and next sprint you will be filming. All right, sounds like you've worked it out. Dee Dee said, not much reading, only 3 pages, but checked out the woman's long list and now having dinner while watching the trial. Very good. What are you having for dinner tonight, Dee Dee? And Storm said, I didn't realize this was a learn Spanish with me sprints. It's a everything sprint. I would be pronouncing all that wrong. Yes, that's okay. Me too. Me too. And Nicole got to page 183 of the Luminaries. Nice. Oh, I got it with the pronunciation. Awesome. Because it's been coming out odd all day long. And Kay said the future will be asking if anyone wants to, if anyone wants to barnacle a book. Oh, yes. I love these phrases, Kay. I love these phrases. Yeah. Anyone want to barnacle this with me? Yeah. James wants to barnacle a book. Yeah, exactly. Oh gosh, yeah. Ideally, we want to barnacle all our books, right, with other people. And Vargas says to Isa, I have also seen those videos, but I just see the animals and I end up not listening to what they say. And Cherie, hello, good afternoon. How are you? You're reading One Summer in Savannah. Oh, that sounds nice. I'd like to spend a summer in Savannah. Well, maybe not a summer, maybe a winter or a spring or fall. Summer sounds kind of hot. Dee says, I love those sprints. They make me super productive. I studied and now reading. I'm almost done with my book. Nice. I'm glad you're getting a lot out of the sprints. And Dee Dee says, White Teeth. Yes, that was it. Oh, and you really liked it. Oh, yeah. Well, White Teeth was the one that everybody liked, right? Isn't The Fraud the most recent one? I haven't heard anybody say like give a positive review of it yet. I've heard like 1 or 2 reviews and people didn't seem to really like it, which is fascinating to me because the book is about an author whose work I really want to read. So I'm like, oh, and she wrote a book about him that no one likes. That I find that curious. Jaleesa said, how are you liking it so far? I picked up the Libby Big Library read. You too, Cherie? Um, Dee says, "Me too. I am a monogamous sprinter." I know. I can't do it. I want to be able to, but I can't. And Vargas says to Kay, "I'd love to barnacle a book." Yeah. James said, "I forgot to ask, but how did your dinner go the other night? Did I make dinner? Did I go out to dinner? Are you talking about when I went to see Dune? Are you talking to me? I'm so confused, James. But if you're talking about the other night, when did we go out to dinner the other night? That was so long ago. I can tell you yesterday we went to dinner and to see Dune, and that went really well. Really enjoyed it. Had a good time. A little overwhelmed, but like overall in a good way. And Jaleesa said, laughing at the monogamous sprinter, and Dee Dee likes what Dee had to say. And Jaleesa, I think I can manage 2 sprints at a time as long as the sprint time is around the same. I was able to be in this sprint and Courtney's without being overwhelmed. Awesome. That's good. I can do them if the times are really offset, like if one is doing a 30-minute and the other is doing an hour and a half. No, I can't. I'm just I can't. And Vargas is barnacling a book. What book are you barnacling? Like, are you in the middle of a buddy read with somebody? Let us know. Sue said Shakespeare for Squirrels is a satire. Oh, a Midsummer Night's Noir. Oh, I did not realize that's what it was. I don't know what I thought it was. I mean, obviously, I knew it had something to do with Shakespeare, but that's interesting. Are you liking it, Sue? Oh, and Storm made it to 9% of the audiobook. And Kay said, if we ruled the world, we would be doing great after these sprints, right? Everything. We've accomplished so many important things that would be life-changing. Everybody just needs to follow what we do here. And Dee Dee said, I bought pizza on Friday for Saturday, but didn't have it. So decided it was the easiest option today. Nice. That does sound like a nice, easy option. And Kay said, I am at 91% of my book. Very good. Well, I'm sure you will finish soon. Christina said, the TV helps the sprint hopping. Oh, so the right ear hears one and the left ear gets the other. Yeah, that's true. I guess if you're looking at two different things, I don't know. I just find I end up just like goofing around and get nothing done. Now, I can sprint hop if all I'm doing is cleaning and doing stuff around the house and not trying to read. That works well for me. And Alex says, "We'll all be saying I'm going to start reading whatever. Any barnacles? Oh, that's another good phrase. Any barnacles? I love it. I love it. Look what you started, Kay. We're now going to go into other sprints and talk about this, and people are going to be like, "What are you talking about?" So maybe don't hop on to somewhere else and be like, "Any barnacles?" And Dee says to Jaleesa, "Though sprint hopping sounds like fun, but it feels like conducting home visits in a one-on-one day." Oh no, you don't want to do that. Yeah, yeah, definitely not. Kay says, we got this barnacle lingo going here. Yes, we do. We're like really like between all of us together here, we're gonna have like a whole new language to talk about buddy reads with. Like we've got BBR, we've got any barnacles here. Hey guys, I want a barnacle buddy, like whatever. And James says, it was the day we did our sprint. You went out with your husband afterwards. You said you didn't know where you were going. Oh, yes. No, that was horrible, James. We went to the most disappointing Korean restaurant. That's why I blinked it out of my memory. No, so what happened was we went out to eat and we were trying to decide because, we've lived in this area a very long time. And so we wanted to go somewhere new. So we went to this newer Korean restaurant. And guys, let me tell you, like it was started off at the top of the hill and just went straight down and imploded. So what happened was we started pulling up to the place and my husband's like, oh yeah, okay, this one here. And my first thought was this was not the Korean restaurant I was thinking of, but I couldn't think of where the other one was or if there even was another one. So I was like, okay, sure. And then I looked at the sign and it said nothing about Korean food. It said something Asian fusion. And I was like, uh, we'll see. Now, my roommate for 3 or 4 years of college was Korean, and her mother cooked us food. So I was like, okay, we'll see how this goes. And then we walked into the restaurant. There's no one there, not a single person other than the guy standing at the cash register with the menu and lights above him. And like, it's a full size restaurant. And I'm like, that's pretty good. So then I look at the menu. I at one point go, does that say it's served with cheese? And if you don't know Korean food, there is no cheese. I have never in all my life ever had cheese served at a Korean restaurant with Korean food, anything. So that was a red flag. And then we pay because you pay first and then they bring you the food. And the guy gives us a paper plate. And I was like, I thought this was a restaurant. Like it wasn't advertised as like a takeout place, which even then I'm like, aren't you giving me a takeout container? And so he passes me a paper plate and I'm like, and we paid like $40. It was like $40 for two of us to eat, and he was giving us paper plates, which call me a snob, but I was like, you're not even giving me Chinette. Like, I want a nice paper plate for that price. But I want an actual plate because we're sitting in and anyway, long story short, because this is getting too long. It was not good. It was some of the most like blah Korean food I have ever had. My husband didn't really like his. I don't even think mine actually tasted like Korean food, other than the fact that maybe there was garlic in it and that they used sesame oil. But mine tasted a lot more like a really poor interpretation of beef fajita, and it was supposed to be bulgogi. So yeah, thanks for asking, James, but it wasn't good. But we enjoyed each other's company, just not the food, and we laughed about it. And Christina says, also, I think that being an ADHD mama helps. I have to listen to all kinds of things at the same time. That's true. Yeah, that could probably, yeah. And Isa says, I also watched Dune Part 2 yesterday. Yeah, nice. How'd you like it, Isa? Did you enjoy it? I enjoyed it. I thought it was good. Storm says, I can sprint hop and do 2 sprints, but if I kept hopping to too many, no reading gets done. Yeah, and Sue says, yes, I'm enjoying it. Christopher Moore is one of my favorite authors. That's right. I keep forgetting that it's by him. He is so good. I need to read more by him. And Christina says to Dee Dee, you just reminded me of I will pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today. I don't know where that's from, but Kay said, if I sprint hop, I say wrong thing in the wrong sprint and it gets too confusing, especially with tablet view and chat on my phone. I could see that for sure. Hello, Courtney. How are you doing? How's your day going? How were your sprints this morning? I saw that you were on, and if I was good at sprint hopping, which I just talked about, I'm not, I would have joined and gone over tears as well. And Kim said, I'm going to try sprint hopping tonight. One isn't real chatty and the other probably will be. Oh, well, that should work. And Dee said to Christina, that sounds like multitasking as a ADHD too. That's almost impossible for me. Yeah. And Vargas said, the school books, I took some from the library. Oh, the school books, rather. Took some from the library and you're barnacling with a friend. Oh, but you're not liking the book. Oh, well, yeah, that's never fun. Yeah, it did, James, but it happens. And James says, I understand why you blocked it out. Fusion rarely does any of it right. Yeah, that's so true. The only time I have had good experience with that was when we lived in Phoenix. There was a place that combined Chinese food and Mexican food. And that sounds strange, but it was amazing. Like if you have not had a Peking duck, which wasn't really what it was, but that's just what they called it. But if you haven't had a duck burrito, you best get some. Or stir fried black beans. That was also amazing. Everything they made was amazing. And Christina says, good luck to Kim. Yes. And Courtney says, your standards were high with the authentic stuff. Yes, that I will admit, Courtney. My standards are high for Korean food, but this was actually just bad food, period. Like it was just very average, especially for the price that we were paying. To me, it was maybe like food court at the mall quality, which is fine if you're paying food court at the mall price. But that was actually what the experience was like. It was like eating at a food court at the mall, except they tricked you by putting it in a restaurant setting. It was a little confusing. Vargas said it imploded out of your mind. Quite the experience. It was. It just burst out and was like, you're forgetting this. Jaleesa said, nah, as soon as you saw nobody there, yeah, that's what I wanted to do. But my husband was like, no, let's try it. And I was like, no, there's no one here at all in a busy shopping center. And I was like, okay, let's lie to ourselves and tell ourselves that maybe everybody's doing takeout from here. No. Jaleesa said, it sounds like a Korean fusion place or something. Yeah, it was something. James said, I worked at a Chinese restaurant for 6 years, and I agree with you, Jaleesa. Yeah. And he said, oh, no paper plates, not a good sign. It wasn't in this setup because it wasn't the type of setup where you should have been getting paper plates. And like, that's not common where I am at all. Like, you either get a takeout container or you get plates. But I can't think of any restaurant in the area that I'm in that would actually serve you food on paper plates. So there were all sorts of weird things going on there. And Alex says, I don't know Korean food, but I know there's no cheese involved. Right, 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 right. James said, "Oh, they were definitely not expecting you. Probably a wonder." I did wonder that, James. I did wonder that. I do have a money laundering ice cream story that I'll have to share sometime. But we did have that conversation, James. We did have that conversation. And Kay said, "At least an IKEA plate, right? Right. If no bone china is available, something a plastic plate." Christina said, there was one time I was listening to an audio and I sat down and picked up my book and started reading it about a page in. I realized it was not the same as the one I was listening to. Ah, yeah. And then you start wondering if it's you or, oh, okay, you knew what was happening. I've done that before and been like, I don't understand what's going on. And Christy said, gave up on the narrator on the story. Oh, okay. And now you're just going to physically read the book. Yeah, sometimes that happens, right? He seems to be able to relate to Christina's experience. And Christina, if it were me, that's a sign that it's time to take a nap because I'm doing too much. Oh, true. Kim says, yeah, I'm sure I'll see you tonight, Christina. Nice. And Dee says, watching a lot of Asian drama, I was always fascinated with the food, but everything I tried in real life was just disappointing. Yeah, you kind of need to like play around and try and find the authentic places, which can be really hard to do depending on where you live. And Christina says, yes, I will be in Sarah's birthday sprints. That's right. I saw something about those. Oh, but I have to take my son to uh his thing tonight, so I don't know if I'll be able to do any sprints. But anyway, Christina's saying, I'll see you there. And Jaleesa says, I enjoy Korean food, but anytime we eat it, especially the all you can eat barbecue, I end up just eating the banchan. It's understandable. I could care less about the meat. Really? Some of that's so good. But yeah, the banchan is like so good. My son's like a huge fan of pickled radish now, which I am too. Like, I think their pickled food is amazing. And Christina laughs at Jaleesa. Maybe paper plates don't scream $40. Yeah, no, they didn't. They didn't. Like, if he had given me that first before I paid, I would have been like, here you go, right back at you. Cause no, not at that price. Like, you better give me Tupperware or something. It was, and Jaleesa said, now I think about it, they maybe have more takeout than in-person patrons. So that's why they had the paper plates. Yeah. We did too. We did too until we ate the food, Jaleesa, and then there was no more grace left for that. There was no excuse. And Kim was saying to Christina, definitely. James said to Jaleesa, I worked at a Chinese restaurant that did mostly takeaway. We still had plates. I know. All the other places do here too. It like I said, it was just like I could accept that a place would do that. I've been to one place that did that, and that was in Rochester. And at Nick Tahoe's, if you guys know. And their famous plate is called the garbage plate. So no one is surprised, and it's like $5. So no one's surprised when they hand it to you on a paper plate. And even then, you got two. So, and Dee said, my dad loves the what we call a commercial Asian food. When he went to Korea and had the real thing, he didn't like it. You know, that is a common experience that people get used to whatever their community's version is of the food and don't like the real thing. Kim said, I'll be there and at PK's. Oh, Anne fell asleep. I hope you had a good nap, Anne. And yeah, definitely. And I have a son. Yes, I do. You didn't know that? Yeah. He graduates this year from high school. And Jaleesa said to James, in that case, that restaurant that Nicole went to is really is really suspicious. I'm telling you, it crossed my mind. Like, I was like, "Are you actually a business? What are you really doing?" Yes, yes. Yep, yep. Thank you. Thank you very much. He's old enough to be a senior in high school. That's all the personal information I'll share about him. But maybe at some point in the future, he will be on here with his little bearded self because he has inherited dad's facial and body hair ability. So he has a full grown beard and mustache as well. And he's like shaving. He probably could have shaved at birth, I'll be honest. Like he had like a little mustache at birth. It was adorable, I thought. Christina said, "Oh yes, PK is on tonight." Who's PK? Dee said to Jaleesa, "Nope, there was just being extra with them plates." Yeah, let's hope so. Christina said, and Brittany and the other Nicole, "Yep, there's a lot of people on this evening, and especially like tonight, like after like 7 o'clock and on." Dee said maybe they had a new wash worker and they broke all the plates. Let's go with that, Dee. Let's go with that. Yeah. And James, you're not old enough to have a high school graduate. I don't believe it. Believe it or not, that is what's going on. So, yes, girl, yes. Yes, like counting the days, counting the days. Yes, yes. I'm actually not. I'm probably just older than you guys think I am. And you'll find that out when we celebrate my birthday this summer. I'll tell you how old I am because I have no issue with that. Like, I think getting older is an awesome thing. And other than the body aches and pains, like, I could do without that. But in general, I have no problem with getting older. And Alex says, my 14-year-old is very proud of his baby mustache. Oh, yeah, I know, right? Like, my son can sport it all day long. Like, most of his friends are still very smooth of face and they're like, you can actually like shave, and he's like, no, I have to shave. Like he would have a full grown, like he can do the full beard if he wants to and probably grow it out, which I hope he never does because I don't think that would look good on him. Anne says it thundered and freaked me and the cat out. Oh no, is that what woke you up? I'm sorry, that's a horrible way to wake up. James said, oh yeah, I totally understand the price. Yeah, no, I know you, I know. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know. Well, I'm glad it was a surprise. Christina says, "Oh, PK is Bookie Monsters." Okay, and yeah, bamboozled. You're funny, James. Christina said, "My youngest was like that too. His hairline and eyebrows almost touched in a belt." Christina, a belt, a belt. No, he didn't just say. I'm sorry. Yes, I am. I'm counting the days. He's gonna love it. He's gonna love college and going off and doing all that stuff. It'll be great. Christina says he now has a beard and a mustache. I'm assuming that's a beard and not a bread, but does not want to shave it because he wants it to stay soft. Oh yeah, that's true. I can understand that. It will never be that soft again. Yeah, unless he if he cuts it like scissor trims, it will. Storm says, counting the days, does he have plans to move out or like graduated? No, go. No, he's planning on going to college in the fall, and he was hoping to get into the National Guard, and he would have been at boot camp this summer, but that was what was falling through this morning. So he won't be doing that. But his backup plan for fun, because this will tell you something about my son and what he thinks is fun, is now instead he's probably going to be going to search and rescue camp for 8 weeks this summer, where he will be digging holes and making tents out of like his t-shirt to sleep in as he tries to traverse 2 miles there and back with nothing but a compass and his friends and one bottle of water. That's now his summer plans. No, I don't even want to go glamping. Vargas said, the aches and pains. I'm 22 and my knees hurt. I'm a step away from knowing when it's going to rain. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. And yes, beard. Yeah, yeah, I know. I was dying at the pelt too. Yeah, yeah, no, that's his idea of a good time. Oh, you're so excuse me. I know, that's how I feel, James. I'm like you. That's fun to you? Okay. He does have goals. He does have goals, and they're all very good ones. He wants to do search and rescue, not so much because he wants to sleep outside in the rain, but because he wants to help people who can't help themselves. And most of the people lost in the woods cannot help themselves. Jaleesa said, "Wow, you have an outside child." Yeah, nope, doesn't get us from us. Nope. He gets out into nature and he becomes a different, more relaxed person. And it's a vibe. It works for him. I told him he should really, instead of going into the military, which isn't a bad career for him either, but that he should think about the Forest Service Department. Because, like, if he could spend as his job life just outside, wandering around helping people, I don't know. Yeah, they are good summer plans. He's looking forward to it. Dee says all book hermits like us are 1,000 years old in 11 years. Earthling years don't concern us. True. Very true. Yeah, 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 he likes playing on the internet for a living. Well, not for a living, but he likes playing on the internet too. But he would like to do that in his free time outside of work. Yeah, and it's not my idea of fun either. He was a hairy little baby. Oh, I know. Some of those little babies where they're just like covered with like little furry down. I know. I always feel bad for them because it's not socially acceptable, but I think they're cute. And James said, "I'm 23 and my knees are horrible, but that's from a childhood injury." Okay. Well, yeah. Oh yeah, I'm very impressed, but no thank you. Right. Yeah. No. I'm there with you too. And Anne said, "If I woke up and nothing hurt, you would think you were dead." Oh no. Oh, I'm sorry, Anne. And Christina said his birthday is coming up and all he asked for so far is a bookmark. Well, I mean, go for it. Right. Yes. I also think, Courtney, that a park ranger would be awesome. In fact, one of our favorite books is about a park ranger. But then he felt like it was more policing than he would want to do. So he wasn't that interested in the park ranger. And it's the National Forest Service that actually tends to do more of the search and rescue stuff that he's interested in, as opposed to the park rangers are policing and they do some of it up to a certain extent. Teresa, hello. How are you? Yes, you're just getting here. You're all for nature. What are we talking about? We're talking about my son's summer plans to go and potentially do a search and rescue camp over the summer for multiple weeks, roughing it like really like rough. Like, here's your tarp and a rope and canteen of water. Try and live. Like, yeah. Jaleesa said, "Yeah, I agree with you. He should do work that doesn't feel like work." Yeah. And all of those things would not feel like work to him. But he also loves history, so I don't know how this is all going to work out for him, but we'll see. Alex said, "When my son was born, the nurses tried to wipe away his unibrow." Oh, no. And it said, "Oh, well, that's okay," when they realized it wasn't a smudge. Rude. Just rude. Let that little baby have his little unibrow. Kira said, "How's your book going?" It's actually going very well. Thank you. Yeah, I am appreciating the fact that I decided to do this book today. So she is on the adventures. The one issue I'm kind of having with this book is that I get that she's supposed to be kind of naive and that's how everything's kind of going wrong for her, but she's coming across as just stupid and like, girl, like, get your act together. Everybody's playing you. Like, this is not hard to figure out. But it's very hard for her to figure out. And the way she's characterized, it's not quite believable that anybody could be that dumb and clueless, if you get what I mean. Other than that, I'm enjoying it. It's an easy read. It's exactly what I needed today. So yeah, there's that. And I'm just going to be extra chatty today because I need it. So I hope you guys don't mind if our chats are a bit longer in between our hour of reading. But we've got a long day today, so I figured that would be okay. And Jaleesa is cackling. Cackling. I know about the unibrow. I'm so mad at them trying to wipe that baby's unibrow away. And Alex says, "I'm 38 this summer," and very loud knees. Yeah, girl, those knees, man, they get some wear and tear. Vargas says, "I was planning on doing something like this, that this summer, but the group that was going to do that has to get some credentials this summer. Oh, and they canceled the whole thing. Okay, but they'll do it. Okay, until November. Okay, well, hopefully you'll get to go later. And I'm assuming that it would be warm enough weather down there that if you did it in November, you won't be like doing it in the snow. Because up here we have snow camp. search and rescue as well. And I'm like, no, no, I didn't even want to do it when it was warm and perfect and sunny. And like, I'd feel like, living in some fairyland on the forest floor. Forget if it starts to snow. No, I'm out. Nope. No. James said, we definitely need more search and rescuers in the world. Yeah, yeah, yeah. They are very important. Christy says, an elderly man from my church went missing for 3 days. Oh, gosh. And yeah, the search and rescue people who got him out. Oh, that's good. I'm glad they were able to find him. Yeah, that's scary. And it's like search and rescue from here in Mexico. Yeah, very nice. Yeah, you figure they have to have them around the world because people go missing no matter where you are. Jaleesa, I snap, crackle, and pop when I reach for things. Oh, I could never be sneaky if I tried. Oh, you're a little Rice Krispie. And Christina says that would be a fun camp. Yeah, no, not for me, but good for you. Kim said, I feel very old. I will be 59 in August, retired due to health. That is not old, Kim. That is not old, but I hope retirement is helping you. And it's not a secret. I am 43. I will be 44 this summer. So do not feel old. You are not old, Kim. I don't even think of old as being old until like you're in your 80s and 90s. And I just think of that as like older. And then I'm like, awesome, you've lived like a long time, and that's so cool. Andy says, babies with unibrows are adorable. Right? I know. Like, who's gonna think that's a smudge? I'd be like smudging in the lines there with like a little eyebrow pencil. Like, look how cute you look with the unibrow. Babies can get away with everything. So I'm like, yeah, be hairy, have a unibrow. This is like the only time in your life it's gonna be okay. Do all those crazy things. And then, like, hopefully it'll work out for you later. And Teresa says, I would have loved that 30 years ago. I'm assuming that you're talking about the hiking and not the unibrow. James, oh, you'd be surprised about how dumb people can be. Oh, yeah, this character, man, she is like up there. Oh, good. You're loving the chatty bits. I'm glad because I'm just chatty. And Anne said, I have sciatic nerve in one leg. Oh, that is painful. I like hurt my back one time and got that flaring, and ooh, no. And you prefer the chatty bits. Oh, interesting. And you're almost as old as my parents. Thanks, James. I didn't feel old until now. I could have had you. You could have been my child. I'm just kidding. That's fine. You could have been my child. Shall I call you son now? And Coda said, I'll be 40 at the end of summer. We're not old. Absolutely not. And Courtney says, baby with unibrows become hair adults. I know. It's just not cool to have a unibrow when you're an adult anymore. Nobody thinks it's cute anymore. Though some people I honestly think do look cute with their unibrows as adults. Like there are a few who pull it off, man. And Tia says, work got really busy in the past few hours. Now I can take a break. Yay, yay, yay. And 70s are the new middle age. I would buy that. I've always thought that. And James said, didn't mean to make that sound bad if it did. No, I'm just teasing with you. It's fine. And Jaleesa said, right, that's what I think too. Old isn't until close to 80s. People live so long nowadays. Yeah, so true. Yeah, nice. 42. Oh, you're all baby. No, I don't feel bad, Kim. We're not that much younger than you, some of us. Christina said unibrows, wrinkles, pelts, cute only on babies. Yeah. Right, because if you describe an older person of any age, like past the age of like 5, and you're like, oh yeah, yeah, he's the one over there with the unibrow and the winkle and the pelt on his back, people are gonna be like, going the other way. Like, who am I looking for? And James said, I mean, I won't say no to being your child. There you go. Vargas says, my mom's 54, turning 55 in April. Very nice. Wish her happy birthday. And you just turned 66, 67, Anne. Very nice. Well, I hope you had a good birthday. And Dee said, true, Jaleesa. My husband's grandmother just passed away at the age of 96. Very nice. My grandmother just turned 86. And Vargas said, and she has such a young spirit. Love it. Yep, absolutely. Yeah. And I already told you my grandfather's story where my grandfather just stopped riding his motorcycle and snowmobile, decided that this year was going to be the last year, and he's 86. So I can understand that. Christina said wrinkles are a sign of wisdom, but not cute. Yes, absolutely. Exactly. The features, like the way we feel about the features change. And Jaleesa said, I'm 35. This is like age confession time now. It's interesting to speak to people in their 20s and wonder if I was the same way when I was their age. The scope on life is different. Yeah, I feel like that happens every couple of decades or so. All right, let's get to the bottom of these comments and then we will actually sprint and read. I will attempt, but we'll see. Jaleesa said to Dee, what was her secret to long life? James says, does that mean I can call you mum? Yeah, there you go. Yes, especially mum. And Dee says, Jaleesa, I am 35 as well. James said, my great grandmother is 87. Very nice. I love when you still have the great grandfolks in. I had that too when I was your age, James. My great grandparents were still alive. And Teresa said, my mom is 94 and living on her own. Awesome. And Dee said, or Jaleesa was saying to Dee, the 35 gang. You're welcome, James. And ooh, Caribbean food. How did we get on that? That sounds tasty. Oh, she stayed young on Caribbean food. Yeah, I'd believe that. And Christina said, well, we have a child that will be 28 this year, but people see me and say that is not possible. Yeah, because I do feel like now when you're in middle age, it's hard to tell age. Like I have a really hard time between, I would say 40 and 60, figuring out what age those people are. Anyway, we will stop with the comments there and we will go into sprints so that I can actually get some reading done. Wouldn't that be awesome? And Kim said, well, I have a child. Oh, wait, no, that's not Kim. This is Kim. Kim said, I knew one great grandmother and she died when I was 4. Oh, yeah. My great grandmother died when I was in high school and my great grandfather when I was in college. So, yeah. And my son's great grandmother, which is my grandmother, is still alive. Yep. I also want some Caribbean food. Yep. Ditto. And Nigerian food is pretty close. Oh, yeah. So you'll be seeing 90s. True. Yeah. You don't know any age somebody. Oh, yeah. It is harder and harder. Yes. I too was laughing at that. Yes. Caribbean food. Yes, please. And Christina says, when I was 30, someone said I looked about 13. I don't think I looked that young. I thought you were in your early. Oh, well, thanks. Thanks. Thank you, son. I've trained you well. Kay said, I finished my book. Do I admit I did continue reading then to finish it? Wait, what? I finished my book. Do I admit I did continue reading then to yeah, that's totally cool. Yeah, like mute me and go back to reading. Do what you need to do. Caribbean, is that like jerk chicken? It depends on what part of the Caribbean. Jerk chicken is typically Jamaican. And Vargas is saying, same. I never known people's ages. The truth is not actually healthy food. Yay for finishing, Kay. I know. Awesome. How did you like the book, Kay? And right, that's what makes it so fun. Yeah, carb heavy load. Absolutely. Okay. I'm really starting the sprints. I'm not reading anymore, or we can read them while we're in the sprint, but I'm starting the timer. How about that? Because I've been chatting for the last like long 30 minutes or so. All right. I'll see you guys after the sprint. Happy reading. Hello, hello, and welcome back. How did that sprint go for everyone? Mine went really well. I actually got to read, I think, pretty much the entire time, which was nice. I needed that. I feel much more zen. I'm back to normal. Yeah, so I got a nice 30 pages done in Forever Amber. So, yeah, she's in a hot mess and still is dumb and fooled by everything and everyone. And yeah, and it's just coming across as dumb. It's not coming across as naive. It just really is. But anyway, one of the interesting things that did come up in that is Newgate and debtor's prison, which is a topic that I just find really interesting, just the way the debtor's prisoner prison worked, which was you would get imprisoned for being in debt and you couldn't get out of prison until you paid your debt off, which was kind of likely like I couldn't pay my debts before I got here. Where's that money supposed to be coming from? Yeah. Yeah. So that said, it reminded me of another book that talks about the debtor's prison and that I want to read. And that would be Charles Dickens' Little Dorrit. Um, so that made me all the much more interested in getting to this sooner than later. So yeah, is this fitting on March TBR? No. This book is um another mammoth over 900 pages long. So oh, I'm sorry. That's just the extra stuff at the end of the book, the appendix. The book itself is just over 800 pages long. But I'm thinking I'm just going to put it on my TBR cart just so that I remember, and maybe it'll be a hopeful read for April. Or if I somehow manage to have lots of extra time in March. So, anyway, that's that. How did you guys do? I know when we left off, we were talking about Caribbean food. Vargas was getting hungry. James said we'd been talking for 40 minutes, but having a good time, and was asking Dee if she got the razor blade tears. And yeah, it was a good talk, Vargas. I absolutely agree. And I said, yeah, thanks for sticking with me because I know I just chatted for a while, but I really just needed that. And yeah, I loved it too. And Dee said, "Food for your soul." Yes. I haven't had jerk chicken in so long. My stepmother is Jamaican, but she doesn't really cook anymore. And yeah, wow. Love it. And Jaleesa says, Dee, it's very comforting, puts me right to sleep. I just wish it didn't take so long to cook. True. All of that is so true. And Dee said to Anne, yeah, I just placed a reservation for it from the library. Nice. And you're going to take your chances with this one. Yeah, just go for it. I mean, at least it's a library book. So if you really don't like Razor Blade Tears, like back to the library you go. Jessica, you made it. Last time I saw you were live, you had just stopped as I was clicking to come in. Oh no. That's the worst. I'm so sorry. You'll be reading Icebreaker 2 days till it's due at the library. Oh, well, you better get going. And, I hate to say it, Jessica, but that was like the last long sprint. If I get through these comments quickly, maybe we can do like a really short one, like 30 minutes. And James said, yeah, that happened to you yesterday. I know, I know. And people, hey, it's Elliot popping in and saying hi. Nice. Oh, and Rope Crewman. I'm just gonna call you Rope because I don't know your first name. So, but yeah, Rope's here. Hello, just finished a doctor's appointment, routine checkup, no emergencies. That's good. And I'm continuing Ruthless Vows. Nice. And maybe with some cleaning too. We'll see. Awesome. 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 And Elliot says popping in. Popping sounds rather violent and unhealthy. I guess you did say popping, popping and saying hi. I added the N for you, Elliot, so it sounded just fine. And Donna says, so I might have run to my bed and took a nap. Ooh, that sounds nice. Are you feeling any better, Donna? If not, hopefully at least it was what you needed. And yeah, right? Yeah. Oh, good for you, Donna, though. Christina says, "What is a good nap?" Yeah, that's what I'm like. Was it a good nap? Like, that's all that really matters. Oh, is this okay? Yeah, it's hard to nap when you're sick, ironically, right? And Sue says, "Not a productive sprint for me. Only one chapter in Shakespeare's for Squirrels and a couple of pages in The Ship of Ghosts." Well, that's okay. Clearly this was the day where stuff just happens. And James said, 18 pages read and chatted a lot in Leandra's stream. Well, good. Sounds like you're having a fun time, James. And Christina said, "Out of the shower and still lagging." Is it Sunday? Not yet. Unfortunately, it's Tuesday. And Christina said, "I took a shower pretty much the entire time." Well, that sounds like a nice shower. There's that at least. Alex said, "Got to 70% in my audiobook, Interesting Facts About Space by Emily Austin. Loving it." Yes, I have heard um interesting things about that book, including that it's not at all about space. Is that correct? And do I mainly read classics? I would say that is predominantly what my bookshelves are made up of, but not only. I also have fantasy and sci-fi and contemporary and literary fiction. And probably the only things I have next to none of are romance and horror and thriller and suspense. Like, I probably have a handful of those. And I also have nonfiction, and I don't really have middle grade or young adult either. So, but yeah, probably I'd say at least 50% of my shelves are classics, but it kind of depends because right here behind me is City on Fire. And this right here, this green one, is a young adult novel. This is The Calculating Stars, which is science fiction. And what's that white book? Oh, Italo Calvino, right? Yeah. So there you go. But actually, what it is this whole shelf right here that has my happy place on it, that is all non-classics. And then the shelf right above it, this entire shelf is all my classics that start with the letter C. So not classics that start with the letter C. Sorry, I'm not going side to side. And classics that start with the letter C, because my bookshelf is alphabetized by title, but not per shelf. Just letter C, and then down here, letter D. And Dee Dee says, "I've done no reading. Apparently now is when everyone wants my attention." Oh, okay. So it's transferred over to you, Dee Dee. I'm sorry. Christina says, "Child support is similar here. They go to jail and they get behind if they get behind too much, but they are not always allowed to out to work." Yeah, yeah, that's a really good point, Christina. I never thought about that. Like, we still have debtors prison. Like, what is that? And Rope says, "Extra time. What is that?" Yeah, yeah, true. And Delisa, "I took a nap during the sprint." Oh, apparently that was nap time. What time was that? Yeah, about 3 to 4 o'clock. Yep, that is nap time. Took a nap, needed to rest my eyes for a bit. Fair enough. Isa had dinner and read a little bit. Very nice. What was for dinner, Isa? And Donna said, "I don't know if nap made me feel better or worse." Ah. Oh, I'm sorry, Donna, you're just having a day. Vargas said, "I was supposed to do some homework and I was told to do some gardening. The gardening was productive at least." Okay. Well, at least the gardening got done. And James said, "I'm very glad I managed to get tomorrow off. I'm 2 books behind in my 31 books in 31 days, so I'm going to read all day." Yeah, do it, James. Do it. And it's not even Thursday, I was going to say, because otherwise you'd have your sprints. Well, yeah, you'll have your sprints after that, I guess. And Alex said, "Correct, the novel is not about space, but the character has a coping mechanism of splitting out space facts when upset or anxious." Oh, okay. See, I hadn't heard that part. That's interesting. Okay, and then that makes a lot of sense of the title. So I get it. I get it. And James said, "And a little bit of self promo. I'm sprinting on Thursday." See, I mentioned that for you, James. I got your back. I got your back. And then Thursday afternoon on Brittany's channel. Oh, cool. Oh, wow. You're just going to have like all the Thursday sprinting going on. Well, I hope to join you Thursday morning and also over on Brittany's channel. That's right, because they're doing like a meet the YouTuber thing for you. That's really nice. All right. Well, good. We got through that really quick, guys. So I'm going to go ahead and just give us a 45-minute sprint. How's that sound? And we can finish out at 5, do one last little chatty bit, and then I'll head out. And Isa says caprese salad. Ooh, that sounds yummy. And it is so nice. Yeah, I agree. I thought that was really sweet when I saw that, James. And Christina said, I'm so sad. I really wanted another Sunday. I understand that, Christina. Yeah, there are definitely times where the weekend was not weekending long enough. And I've got a busy evening because I'll get off and then we'll have be working on dinner. I'll be paying some bills and planning the rest of my week. And then we'll be heading to take my son out to his thing this night and maybe hanging out at the library for a little bit and then going grocery shopping and then bringing him back home and putting the groceries away. And then I'll read for a little bit and then go to bed. And James says, well, I have 4 days off now. Oh, that's awesome. And Elliot, yeah, wish Sunday came twice every week. Absolutely. Got to 35% of my book. Don't have time to start and finish the next chapter before the time ends. And Coda's, yeah, sounds good, doesn't it? And Christina says, so instead we need a second Monday or Tuesday. Yeah, so true. All right, well, let's go into our last sprint, guys. We'll just do a quick compared to what we've been doing, 45 minutes. Look at that. I even beat the timer. I'm on top of it now. Not really, but let's just pretend I am. So here we go. Our last 45 minutes. I will see you after the sprint. Happy reading. Well, hello, hello. And yeah, come on back. That was the end of our last sprint. How did you guys do? I enjoyed myself. I again got to read the whole time, and I got 22 pages done, which is interesting because we had less time, and I feel like I almost read more than the time before. Who knows? Anyway, my book is going good. Lots of drama and little adventures and stuff. I can't complain. It's the definitely the light fluff I needed today. So let's see how you guys were doing. We left off. Elliot was saying, no, we could still keep the rest of the week. Oh, yeah, because we were talking about having extra Sundays or something. Get rid of Monday, have a second Sunday or Sunday, something, right? James was saying that his week starts on Sunday. So I was like, oh, well, definitely no 2 Sundays then. Elliot said no, James would just start working on Sunday and then enjoy Sunday. Everybody wins. I like that. You've got a whole new day for us there, Elliot. No, it's fine. Oh, yeah, a 4-day week. I gotcha. I gotcha. And James says, I have a 4-day work week, though I work 10 hours a day. Yeah, right. Pros and cons. Pros and cons. And Courtney says, gotta go. All right, Courtney, thanks for stopping by. Hope you enjoyed, got some stuff done. Have a great rest of your day. Elliot says, okay, so for people with a 4-day work week, we would make it, your pay would stay the same. That sounds good. You'd make it 3 days. And James says, please and thank you. Oh, Nicole, you and your chunky bucks. I know, I know. I just can't help myself. I can't help myself. And Rope says, developing a mild headache. Oh, but I finished a few chapters of Ruthless Vows, which is definitely not light fluff. Thus, the most thematic war stories aren't true. True. Hopefully, your headache will go away. Kim said, read a chapter, you think? Okay. Okay. Not sure. I do that sometimes where I'm like, don't know where I started. And oops, I was trying to get to Jaleesa. Jaleesa said, I got 20 pages of read of root work. I'm a little halfway through and at 53% mark. Nice. And Sue read a short novella called Lucky Hearts by Leah Violet. Very good. And Vargas said, I work 3 days a week. Wish I didn't have to work at all. Truth. Like, I wish that for all of us, that we could just be independently wealthy and all our needs taken care of and whatever work we did, it was for pleasure and not just to live and get by. And Dee Dee said, no reading for me. Well, I hope you got some needed stuff done. Christina said, we read a bit of Harry Potter 4, now starting supper. What are you having for dinner tonight, Christina? We're gonna have burnt ends with mashed potatoes and veggies, I think. And Rope said, I may not be teaching classes this week, but I certainly am working, mostly on hashtag adulting stuff. Yep, true. Vargas said, I'd rather have the night shifts. Oh, really? Oh, interesting. Why is that? And Alex said up to 83% of the audiobook. Okay, very good. Moving along. You're almost getting towards the done part. Kim said, I kept waking up to my phone hitting my face. Oh no, Kim. Oh, you missed the nap time one. And it's like coming back to haunt you. And Dee Dee said, when I worked in retail, our work week started on Sunday and now it's stuck. Oh, yeah. That can definitely happen where you just get used to that. You're very welcome. Have a wonderful rest of your week and day as well, Christina. And thank you for the congratulations. Thank you so much. And Teresa said, I told you not to read that book because it started with moist, but it did turn out better than most. You are right. You are right. But yeah, it did start out with that moist in that first sentence and like danger, danger. Yeah, burnt ends. They're like a type of barbecue. I don't know what part of what animal they are. I'm assuming they're some part of a pig. It's good. I like it. And Christina said, we are having boast. Oh, what is that? And Jaleesa said, I have never heard of burnt ends either. Really? I thought this was like a common thing. So like it's a cut of meat. Hmm. Oh, and that's what you were eating with your Leonard? Really? You were having burnt ends as well? And what does it taste like? Is it lean or fatty? It's fatty. It's like little it's usually served as, like, little chunks of meat, and, let me see if I can tell you what kind of meat. Let's Google this. I don't have my phone on me. Ends burnt ends, brisket. There you go. Brisket burnt ends are made by smoking the point of a brisket and wrapping it in. Oh, well, they have their whole own thing. But it's like the end of brisket, so it's like the fatty part of the fattier ends of brisket, if that helps anyone at all. Maybe? Vargas said, "Because I don't like sunlight." Oh, okay, it's too hot, and I love to see the moon and how quiet the world is at night. Okay, well, then that makes sense too. Yeah, Vargas, yeah, this book, sentence 1 has the word moist in it. And, like, many people do not like the sound of that word, and then it also just it makes you think of, like, this gross, squishy stuff, so Christina says, "Bacon, onion, avocado, spinach, and tomato. Ooh, yum. Yeah, I'd like that." And Kim says, "No, that's when everyone was napping." Yeah, everyone when everyone was napping, you were hitting yourself with your phone? And Julissa says, "The pictures of burnt ends looks enticing." Yeah, it's delicious. I definitely recommend it to everyone if you haven't tried it and you like meat and barbecue and that kind of stuff. And yes, yeah, moist is a weird word and it sounds weird even to native English speakers. And we're like, yeah, that's a gross word. Stop saying it. So I'll stop saying it. Kim says she was eating. Oh, when that was happening. Right, that's what it sounded like to me, Christina. It was like a BLT, but better. And I was thinking, I'd love that in a wrap, like even better than a sandwich. No, I am not vegetarian. Nope. No idea where that came from. Definitely not vegetarian, but interesting that you thought that. I don't know. I don't know why, but yeah, no, I love myself some bacon. I am like not only not vegetarian, I'm a pork eater. Like bacon, bacon, bacon. And Storm says, "Thanks for the sprints off to fix supper." You're welcome. Bye, Storm. And don't get Coda started. No, we've had that conversation about bacon. So, anyway, that is it for today, everybody. Thank you so much for coming on, for hanging out with me, for like just, yeah, keeping me laughing through the whole day of just that started out kind of crazy. And I know Vargas, it's always just getting us hungrier. That's what sprints are secretly for, is to make us hungry. So, Lisa, I think it's because you do Pilates. Oh, living that life. Now I'm doing Pilates and eating bacon. Alex says I have to figure out dinner, maybe convince husband to pick up tacos. Yum. And Christina's son is a vegetarian, but they make non-meat. Yeah, we're just skipping that comment. No, I refuse to call that bacon. Just joking. I know, and a lot of people really like it, Christina. You're welcome. Bye. You're welcome, Alex. Also love bacon, but one day you were eating lunch and I thought you said you were vegetarian. Oh, no. Maybe I was just eating a vegetarian sandwich or something. I like vegetarian food because I like vegetables. So, yeah, the most part. You're very welcome, Kim. Yeah, I just you like how I skipped that, Christina? It was like I'm not even talking about it. And Dee says it's been lovely celebrating. Yes, I have had such a great time with all the extra sprints and everything that we've done. It's been absolutely awesome. And honestly, couldn't have this great time without you guys. So thanks for coming on. And I have just been so happy with all the new people who have joined and come on to chat with us and stuff. It's been a lot of fun. I'm so happy I was able to do so many sprints with you guys. And Christina says they eat real bacon. He does not. So we make food as close to ours as possible for him. Well, that makes sense, Christina. And you're a good mom. So I'm not surprised. Alex says I was vegan 7 years before pandemic hit, and then we started coping with ice cream, and it was a slippery slope back to bacon. Oh, no, I'm more like my friend in middle school and high school who she was like vegetarian. Well, she was vegan and then she was vegetarian, and bacon was always like her slip up. She was like, I can stop eating all of it but bacon. And her mom, I swear, would cook bacon on purpose. Like, I was like, "That's mean." You're very welcome, Rope. Yep. And I hope everyone has a great day, and I will see you guys. I will still be doing my sprints every Monday from 9 to 2, and then occasionally I'll be sure to announce whenever I'm doing longer ones. But I will see you then, or in the comments, or around, or if we do some Barnacle Buddy reads, let me know. Leave a comment if there's ever a book I'm reading and you want to, just, latch onto it. So thank you guys for everything. I had a great time today and have a wonderful evening or morning, depending on where you are or day. And I will see you next time.